Hello. It says I'm live. Let's go look and see if I'm live. It says I am live. Yeah, I can see myself. I am officially live. It says Keanu Reeves in the Land of Reeds takes on the Elden Ring. That's incorrect, but other than that, we're live. Fantastic. Hello to all of the nobody that's watching yet because I haven't sent out any notification. This is the first of what I hope is going to be many weekly Mafia related videos, content live on Twitch. Mafia being the party game, yeah, the social deduction game of an uninformed majority trying to fight an informed minority. Probably better known as Werewolf. I just launched a Patreon called Zinger's Paranoia Paradise Patreon. You can find it by going to patreon.com/ZPX3. There's nothing there yet. It's still under construction. It lacks some key features of a Patreon. Namely being a welcome page, a description, and a thank you message for those who subscribe to the Patreon. But it is there and it is live. You can subscribe now, even though those things are missing. And the tiers properly explain more or less what you're looking at in terms of Patreon rewards, which are not going to be paid games, at least not at the start. I have no intention of starting to run. Just adjusting my camera here. I have no intention of starting to run paid games of Mafia on my Patreon. I'm just going to put that link in the chat, www.patreon.com/zpx3. I have no plans to run any paid games, Mafia games, through my Patreon. That may change at some point in the future, I guess, if it becomes ridiculously successful. But at this present juncture, I have no plans to. I have been running games of Mafia as a hobby on the internet for people for more than a decade now, 15 years about, and they seem to do rather well. A lot of people generally enjoy my game design philosophy and my approach to game design in when it comes to Mafia games. And I took some advice from some people who frequently keep coming back to my stuff, and they said you should start up a Patreon or something. And lo and behold, I did. I took their advice, and already it has, I think, 5 or 6 subscribers in just a few days, which is already better than my already better than the Patreon that I had for my my business as it is. I'm also a full-time dungeon master. I have my own business called DM on Demand. I run games of D&D for paid clients, and which you can also hire me to do. I have a Patreon related to that, which never really got a lot of steam, probably because most of my clients, I think, prefer to just hire me for like a set campaign rather than pay a monthly subscription. But anyway, that never really got a lot of steam. But this Mafia Patreon seems to be getting steam, so that's kind of cool. And like I said, I've been doing this on and off as a hobby for the past 15 years, and I decided that the demand for more of Zinger content in the Mafia space has consistently stayed high, and if I start up a Patreon and the Patreon does well, it will allow me to continue to make Mafia games with perhaps greater frequency than I have been doing so far. Who am I? I'm Zinger, by the way. My name is Joshua. I go by Joshua or DM on Demand or Zinger2099. Zinger2099 has been my online handle ever since I made my very first Hotmail account when I was 12 or something like that. And I don't use it as much anymore on the internet. I prefer to go by my name or my business name, Joshua or DM on Demand. But the one place where I am still regularly known as Zinger2099 is in the Mafia design space. People who play Mafia games that designed by me know me as Zinger2099 on the forums where we play these things. And so I started up a Patreon called Zinger2099's Paranoia Paradise Patreon ZPX3, and it is dedicated to that. By far the largest and most successful of my Mafia games that I have run over the years have always been my Spider-Man themed Mafia games. I have run 3. I'm currently running the 4th. Though numerically it is not called the 4th, it is a prequel, so its numerical designation is 0 or P. There will be a separate one that has the denomination of 4 that's coming out hopefully next year, which will technically be the 5th game, but we're going to call that one 4. A Spider-Man Mafia 4. So this is the prequel. We're calling it Amazing Fantasy, a Spider-Man Mafia prequel, and it is by far the largest of these games that I've ever run. We're gonna do a bit of a. I'm gonna take you guys through what that game looks like in a moment. As soon as I very quickly go and let people know that I'm live, because that's the thing you're supposed to do if you're live. Yes, that might be a typo on my part. Let me see. All right, here we go. Hey gang, I'm live at twitch.tv/Joshua Barbeau, doing the first of what I hope will be many Mafia Monday streams. Done. Let me put it on Twitter too. Let's do the Twitter thing. X, it's called. I hate that. On the phone. This is riveting content. This is I haven't done a Twitch stream in a long time, so I'm still. It's gonna take me a little while to get back into the swing of things. Ideally, the way to do what I'm doing now is to have these types of posts where I tell people I'm live go out automatically whenever I go live, but instead I'm doing it manually. Mark is red. All right, I posted on the stupid Twitter thing, and that's done. And I posted in Discord, and I posted. That's basic. Oh, I gotta post in here too. Hang on. Put that there. That's general announcements. Other. And there. Now I have notified all of the peoples, and we'll see what we will see. All right. Okay. So, welcome to the what I hope is the first of many Mafia Monday streams. Mafia, if you don't have any clue what Mafia is, it is a social deduction game, probably more commonly known as Werewolf, in which people, a uninformed majority, have to weed out an informed minority of traitors who are hiding amongst them. The Mafia, and this game is it's a thing that I have been designing as a hobby on and off for the past 15 years, and they generally are pretty successful. People tend to like them, so much so that the people who I have been running these things for have encouraged me to start a Patreon. So I did, and already it has, I think, 6 members. Last I checked. I'll check right now. Let's show the Patreon. Patreon. Here we are on the Patreon. No. Continue. All right. Yes. So this is the Patreon. Can I share my screen on this thing? I'm going to need to display capture. Yes, display capture. Sure. Whoa. No, cancel. Not display capture. We need a, close that. We want a window capture. And in this case, we're looking for this one. Yes. Okay. Let's put that underneath me. And let's put me over, make me a little smaller, put me in the corner. And okay. So this is the Patreon. There are presently 6 patrons, like I said. And how do I view it as public? And this is what it looks like. There's not a lot there, as you can see. I have yet to put a lot of the things that is generally expected or required to have for a Patreon. But there are 3 tiers: spectators, players, and designers. Players doesn't mean you get to play in the Mafia games that I'm going to run. It is just a designation for that tier. I plan to have players always be players in Mafia games that I run always be free. So what do you get for joining Zinger 2099's Paranoia Paradise Patreon? Well, at the spectator level, you get spectator access to games. So when I run games, if you want to spectate the game in my private Discord server, where I will facilitate both spoiler-free and spoiler-full spectator access, the spoiler-free one is also going to be free. So if you want to spectate a game and you don't have the capacity to join my Patreon at all, you can still join my Discord and spectate a game in the free channel. The spectator tier gets you access to the spoiler full spectator channel, where you'll be able to monitor all of the stuff going on in the games that I'm running, be they secret stuff that only the Mafia knows about, or otherwise. Let me just put myself in a different corner so you can see these better. So yeah, it'll let you spectate. Um, it'll let you spectate games and get into the spoiler full spectator chat. Um, that's pretty much it at the at the $2 level. It's $2 US. It's showing $3 on my screen because I'm Canadian. Spoiler alert. So it's adjusting the values to Canadian values. But those are, I believe I set them to 2, 5, and $10 levels at US dollars. So at the $2 level, you get spectator access, which gives you access to the spoiler full design stuff. The spoiler full design stuff for my for the spoiler full design stuff for games that I'm running. It's late here, and I've been working all day on this game that I'm about to show you guys. So so if I trip up on my words here, that's probably why. Also, I haven't streamed in a long time, so that's probably why. But anyway, at the player level, the player tier level, you get obviously everything that the spectator level includes, which isn't much, but you also get to vote on future games. So if I've got a list, I got a list in my Discord server of future games I'm planning to run. If you're at the player level or higher, you can vote on which games you want to see me run next. So if you want to influence the games that are coming down the pipe chute, the player level is the one that lets you do that to some degree. It also gives you priority registration for games if space is limited, which it is sometimes. So in that sense, I will obviously prioritize people who are at the player level over someone who isn't. I don't have plans to charge for my Mafia games, but if space is limited, people who are patrons are obviously going to take priority. And it also gives you spectator access and Discord benefits and blah 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 blah. My Discord is free, by the way. You can join the Discord without being a Patreon member, and you can sign up for games without being a Patreon member. These Patreon perks just get you some added bonuses. The designer level, the highest level, which is only $10, quite a steal. Gets you everything you got at the player level, but it also gives you priority character requests. So if I'm working on a game, if I'm designing a game, and I've teased that I'm working on a game. Let's say I'm working on a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mafia game, and you say, I really want to be Donatello. Cool. Well, at the designer level, you can request priority access to a certain character, and I will do everything in my power to give you that character. I know what some of you are thinking. Whoa, wait! You can just like pay to get the character you want, kind of, but I'm making an important distinction between character and role. You can't pay to get the role that you want, or even the alignment that you want. I could make, in the plot of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mafia game that I'm gonna run, that I'm running hypothetically, I could make Donatello betray his brothers and join the Mafia team. You know, it's totally acceptable in games of Mafia to do stuff like that. In fact, sometimes it's even a smart game design to put stuff like that people wouldn't expect, so that they can't do what's called a flavor meta game. You know, if you think, oh, this person has claimed Raphael, and we can probably presume that Raphael is in the game and is one of the good guys. Therefore, unless someone counterclaims him, he's probably a good guy. That kind of stuff is generally not, or that kind of stuff is generally frowned upon in the online themed Mafia game design space. So generally speaking, if you're a designer, you want to make your games not possible to flavor game like that. And one of the ways, not the only way, but one of the ways to do that is to take a character like, let's say, Donatello in a Ninja Turtles game and put him on the bad guy team. There are other ways to do that, especially with my Spider-Man games. I typically like to find other ways around that so that I can keep the flavor connected to the canon as much as possible, which you'll see in a moment. But I also throw people curveballs. I have now, this is the fourth Spider-Man Mafia game I've run, and I've now made Norman Osborn, aka the Green Goblin, Spider-Man's arch nemesis. I've made him town aligned twice. So it doesn't always go that this guy was a bad guy in the comics. So he's going to be a bad guy in the Mafia game, and vice versa. So you can request priority. Getting back to the Patreon, you can request priority character requests, but it won't preclude you from being on certain teams or having certain roles. Generally speaking, if someone wants to take advantage of that and say, I want to be Donatello in a Ninja Turtles game, well, okay, I'll find a way to make sure you get Donatello, and and I'll try to make. I obviously will try to make the character feel appropriate to Donatello to some capacity, but I can't. Let people pay to be on the Mafia team or pay to be on the town team. So that's something that I won't be doing. But yeah, you can request to have the character that you want, and if I was going to include it already, I may let you have it, and if I wasn't, I may add it so that you can have it. But they won't necessarily be tied to a specific outcome of town versus Mafia or whatever. You also will get work-in-progress updates, digital updates, of course, to future games. What that will mean is you won't just know that I'm planning to run a Ninja Turtles game. You also will get, spoiled content that I'm work-in-progress content that I'm working on. So I might say, okay, well, for this future Ninja Turtles game that I'm planning to run, just to stick with the same metaphor, for the record, I have no plans to run a Ninja Turtle game, though I could. I would probably enjoy that a great deal, but I have no plans at the moment to run such a thing. I'm just using that as a metaphor. So in this metaphor, I could say I could release a work-in-progress update that says, okay, for the upcoming Ninja Turtles game, I plan to use locations to some effect. So you have the city of the city streets, the city rooftops, the sewers, and Shredder's lair, and those are how was that? Four? Those are 4 different locations that will have some effect on the game in some way. And you can either be in one location or in another location. And depending on which location you're in, you either can or can't be voted. For example, I could say I'm playtesting or I'm trying out that mechanic. Or I'm thinking about including that mechanic. Leave me your comments if you think that sounds cool. So that's a work in progress update that you might see if you're at the designer level. You'll get spoiled ideas of mechanics that I'm working on. Does that mean that the game is spoiled for you? Well, a little bit maybe, but I'm going to try to keep the spoiled work in progress updates. I'm going to try to keep them so that it's revealing stuff that I'm working on that won't ruin the game if you decide to play in it. So in the case of that example of a Ninja Turtle game, telling people that there's going to be locations won't ruin the game if you're going to play in it, because presumably the existence of locations will be announced as the game goes live or right before the game goes live. So that's not something I would necessarily have a problem with telling anyone early, a Patreon early, about that kind of stuff. What I might not do is tell you, okay, well, Shredder's going to be in this game, and what his cool thing that he can do is he can kill 2 people at once during the night phase. I probably wouldn't reveal that kind of stuff. But maybe, you know, if this expands enough, I could create two kind of posts. You know, I could create two. I could split that tier into two tiers and be like the spoiler free designer tier and the spoiler full designer tier. That's a thing I could do, which I might do if there's enough demand for something like that. Presently, we only have 6 members, and you know, I'm you know, it's a bit early to have more than 3 tiers or have a partition tier or something along those lines. Yeah. So you get work in progress updates about future things. You get to vote on future games. That's part of what you had, and everything else is the same as the player thing. So the stuff that's new with the designer level is you get priority character requests and work in progress updates. Um, yeah. You'll also get, when I start doing videos for this thing, the plan is to start with weekly live streams. I may start doing videos as well. And when I do start doing videos, I absolutely will probably thank my highest tier people by name on the screen somehow. So that'll be probably an added benefit down the road, but it doesn't exist right now. So those are the 3 tiers. And the thing about these games, how often can you expect a game if you're joining my Patreon? Well, the thing about these games is sometimes these games take a long time to run. I'm generally designing them while I'm running them. So, you know, the plan is to design them while I run them at the same time to keep it consistent. But I won't be able to promise that there'll be a new game every month. Because sometimes these games take a while. The one that I just started, which we're going to talk about very soon, I know I keep teasing you with the Spider-Man Mafia game, but we're going to talk about it in a second. That game is so big, so complex, and so is like the scope of it is massive. I don't see it taking less than a month to play. I think it'll probably take 2 months for that game to run, which means I'm not running, you know, I'm not launching a new game every month. If one of the games I'm running takes 2 months to run. I mean, that game that I just started took almost a month to send out all of the role PMs. Mind you, the role PMs for Spider-Man Mafia game are massive compared to the role PMs of any other Mafia game. So that's an anomaly. But still, these things can take a while to run. So don't be expecting that if you're paying a monthly fee that it will mean that you'll get a new game every month. What I can promise is that there'll always be a game running or in signups to be run. And like as soon as the one that I'm running ends, the next one will start, kind of thing. So there'll always be one there'll always be one happening and one on the way for when that one ends. That's a reasonable thing that I can promise. I'll also be doing, you know, I'll try to be doing weekly streams on Mondays around this time. Right now there's a poll for what time the stream should be. Hang on. Oh, look what I've got on the screen. I'll show you that in a second. There's a poll for what time the streams should be, and that poll is here. Share it. How do I share it? Share on Twitch. Yes. Here is that poll. I notice I have 3 viewers. There's the poll. I notice I have 3 viewers, but nobody said anything in the chat. I've got something called shield mode on. I've never tried that before. Is it blocking you guys from posting? Or is it just nobody's had anything to say? Switch to shield mode has embedded settings to protect and restrict the chat. I don't want to. Okay, I'm going to turn this off. Shield mode is now turned off. whatever shield mode was. I thought it was. I've never seen shield mode before. That's a new feature that wasn't there the last time I streamed on Twitch. So I thought I'd turn it on. It's like, oh, an extra safety feature. Safety features are good, but I don't know if it was preventing anyone from posting. If it was, I apologize. Let me know if you can post now. Those of you that are in the chat. But anyway, yeah, here's a poll that I dropped the link in the chat. It's in the chat. And Rag says, I'm listening, but I'm not logged on in and CBA to figure out my details, so I can't speak. Gotcha. No worries. I just wasn't sure if that shield mode was preventing people from... Rag is one of the members in my Discord server, and that's a place that you can also reach out if you're not in the Twitch chat. So yeah, there's a poll. It's asking for times. It looks like a lot of people want a late night stream. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start around 11 Eastern time, which is 8 p.m. Pacific time, and we're going to run probably for 90 minutes every time, an hour and a half. So that's the game plan. We're going to do these weekly. I don't exactly know what type of content I'll cover every week, but it's always going to be related to Mafia. The plan is ideally something that would be cool, something I want to implement at some point, is running live games of Mafia on Twitch, and doing that with the people in the chat as the participants, and me being the host or the narrator. Doing that would allow, if I could figure out a way to do that efficiently, it would allow me to then I just said a second ago that I can't promise there'll be a new game every month. I could promise there'll be a new game every month if it's short live games run on Twitch. Those would obviously be smaller in scope than the big forum games that I run, but still something fun to consider and something to do down the road. All right, this is enough about the Patreon. I've talked about enough. I think I've explained exhaustively everything there is to know about the Patreon thus far. I do have plans for how to expand it, but that can be a discussion for a later time. Let's talk about a Spider-Man Mafia prequel. So, we're on Zelda Dungeon. ZeldaDungeon.net is a Zelda fan website. Here, let's go to the front page. Give them some advertisements. This is ZeldaDungeon.net. And I'll move my big-ass face down to the bottom right corner. This is ZeldaDungeon.net. Let's move this a little bit like so that it's more visible. Zelda Dungeon is a website that I joined the forums of some time ago. I think it was a friend of mine who plays one of the people who plays these Mafia games that I run. His name's Rubik, and he's or we call him Rubik. That's his username. He's the one that recommended coming to Zelda Dungeon in the first place. We brought Spider-Man Mafia 3 to Zelda Dungeon after failing to get enough players to run it over on No Goblins Allowed, which was another website that I usually run Mafia games on. So we came here. Zelda Dungeon hosted us for a Spider-Man Mafia 3. The Clone Saga was the title of that one, and it was, I believe, one of the administrators of the site said this was the most successful game of Mafia ever run here. Or the biggest, or the one that went on the longest, or something like that. I can't remember exactly. He said it was the most something, and that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool praise. So anyway, let's dive into the forums. Obviously, if you're a fan of Zelda, you'll feel right at home here. Oh, I gotta be careful what I click on there. I might have just displayed secrets. I might have just displayed secrets for a fraction of a second. Down here there's a shout box, and then there's Zelda forums and general forums and community forums and all. And in the community forums is the Mafia forums. And down here is where we're running right now. Just launched an hour and a half ago. Amazing Fantasy, a Spider-Man Mafia prequel, which is the, like I said, the fourth game in the Spider-Man Mafia series. All of them have been run by me, and they've all been massive. At some point on a future one of these Mafia Monday streams, we will talk about the previous 3 games in that series. I'm gonna go back and I'll do like a commentary. Well, maybe we'll do a read through of them, and I could talk about them as we do. The first one was hosted all the way back on the original Paranoid Paradise subforum at the Wizards of the Coast message boards, back when Wizards of the Coast had a message board. In the wake of what has become known as the board apocalypse, Wizards shut down their forums and deleted everything. But they did announce they were going to do that, and I thankfully scrambled to save the entire thread, or as much of the most of the thread, as much of the thread as I could get. I dumped all of that on No Goblins Allowed, which is where we've been hanging out ever since. I just mentioned that a second ago. Sorry if that was loud. I dumped that on No Goblins Allowed. It still exists there. It's not well formatted. It's not formatted well enough to sit and read through. But as an excuse to generate content for these Mafia streams, I plan to. I've always planned to go back to that archive and go through it and format it to make it a readable, legible. And I do plan to do that still. And now that I have a Patreon and a weekly stream, maybe that's something that I can do for the future of this channel. So at some point in the future, we'll talk about the first one, the second one, and the third one. The first one was called Maximum Carnage, a Spider-Man Mafia, and it featured its central hook was that Carnage was the publicly outed Mafia Don, Don being the head of the Mafia team. If you're using werewolf terminology, that's usually the alpha werewolf or the alpha pack member. And so he was the Mafia Don. He was in charge of the Mafia team, but he was publicly outed at the start of the game. I told everyone who it was, and I also told everyone he was unkillable, which to a certain extent he was. There were a lot of hoops that you had to jump through in order to kill him once and for all, and those hoops were known only to him. Or her, as I later found out that the person playing Carnage in that game uses she/her pronouns. I didn't know it at the time. That's what happens when you play with people on the internet. Sometimes you know their pronouns, and sometimes you don't. But anyway, she, the player who is playing Carnage in that game, I had to play I got to play an unkillable Mafia Don who presented a unique threat that Mafia players aren't used to dealing with. How do you kill that which can't be killed, even if it's standing right in front of you? So that was the hook of the first game, and it was wildly successful. People still talk about it years later. The second game was called Hobgoblin Lives, a Spider-Man Mafia 2, and it followed the plot of the same name from the comic books, just like Maximum Carnage did. It was all about the return of the original Hobgoblin, thought dead, now not, and who was it after all these years? Because there were some names thrown around. Was it Ned Leeds? Was it was it Jason Massendale? No, it was neither of those. The original Hobgoblin is still around, and nobody knows his identity yet. And can you figure it out in time to stop him from destroying the town? That was the plot of the second one. It was also wildly successful. That one ran on No Goblins Allowed, and that one can be read just fine. It's not a messed up archive. So we'll talk about that one at some point too. And the third one was run here on Zelda Dungeon, and it was called The Clone Saga, based after the Clone Saga in the 90s Spider-Man comics. Spider-Man Mafia 3. Its main villain, well, it presented the main villain as being the Jackal, the mastermind behind the cloning experiment. But if you are familiar with the comics and or with the game based off of it, you probably now know that the true villain of that one was the Green Goblin. He was the one that was pulling the Jackal's strings from behind the scenes. That one resulted in a Mafia victory. Its central hook. Each of these games has had a central hook, a unique mechanic that makes the game what it is. In the first one, it was how do you kill the unkillable Mafia Don, and the second one was how do we find the identity of the Hobgoblin in order to stop him. The secret identity. There were secret identities was a mechanic in that game, and the third one there's a whole bunch of Spider-Man clones running around. Which one is the real one? And there was over 10 people who were told that they were Spider-Man, and only one of them was real. And before I started the game, even I didn't know which one that was because I randomly rolled to determine which of these dozen Spider-Men would be the real one. The neat thing about the game is that it had a belief mechanic that was centered around the idea of do you believe you're real, or like I said, it was all about an identity crisis, right? Do you believe you're Spider-Man, or do you believe you're a clone of Spider-Man? Of course, the chances of being a clone was much greater than the chance of being the real Spider-Man because there were so many more clones than there was only one Spider-Man. However, whether they were the clone or not, and one person was definitely not the clone, the rest were, but whether they were the clone or not, each of them had the ability to choose to believe, regardless of what they were told or saw, that they were the real Spider-Man or a clone. And if they chose to believe they were the real Spider-Man, they would become some sort of like extremely upgraded version of the role, like a super powerful Spider-Man and an ally of the town. I think it made them town aligned, actually, if I recall correctly. They transformed from Spider aligned to Town aligned and became super powerful if they chose to believe that they were Spider-Man. And either the clones or the real Spider-Man could do that. That was the secret. If they chose to believe that they weren't Spider-Man, that they were a clone, instead they changed from Spider aligned, which was a unique alignment in the game, to either Self or Mafia aligned. So the danger in that game was that there was a dozen Spider-Man clones, and they could all become Mafia aligned if they stop hoping that they might be the real Peter Parker. And of course, what ended up happening is one player had a cool ability to help track down who was the real Spider-Man and who was the clones. It was his name was Tevish, is the player, and he was playing Daredevil, who had, using his special radar senses, could discern clone from not clone. Made some sense lore-wise. It required people to look at his role, and he could do that in one of two ways. He could show his role to anyone he targeted or anyone who targeted him. So he just came out and said it. I can deduce if you're the real Spider-Man or not if you target me. So everyone just target me tonight, and I'll find the real Spider-Man, and we'll end this thing real fast. So he did that, and he found the real Spider-Man, and he announced it in the thread, not realizing the Pandora's box he had just opened by telling all of these, dozen Spider-Men that, you're the real one. The rest of you are not. He sent, like 10 people into the arms of the Mafia or Self. They either ended up Mafia or self-aligned. Either way, they no longer had a motivation or interest in helping the town. And so, of course, the town, even though they now had one real Spider-Man who was powered up, the loss of all of those other numbers made it so that they lost, which is awesome. As a designer, I don't care if the good guys win or the bad guys win, right? I want I want the people playing the game, whether they end up on Team A or Team B, or Team C or Team D or Team E, because there might be a lot of teams. Regardless of where they end up, I want them to enjoy the game and to have a good chance of winning. Some will have better chances than others, but it is what it is. Speaking of teams, Amazing Fantasy, a Spider-Man Mafia prequel, promises to have 9 alignments. It's wild. Anyway, let's talk about that. Yeah, so that was a Spider-Man Mafia 3. We 1, 2, and 3. We will do one of these live streams. One of these live streams at some point will be to go in depth and talk about those. We'll actually read through the game threads, and I'll provide commentary as we do, something like that. Anyway, but now we're going to look at the one that just started. It just started 2.5 hours ago, 9:00 p.m. Eastern time, and it's already going strong. Let me just hit refresh. As you can see, it has 34 replies. Already has 2,000 impressions, and lots of people are engaged. This game has 29 players. Outrageous, right? 29 players. So let's start. Welcome to Amazing Fantasy, Spider-Man Mafia prequel. We're going to go through a lot of this stuff that we have here. If you're a player in the game, I know Rag is listening. If you're a player in the game, you may find some of this redundant or boring because you've already digested all this material, maybe even multiple times. But for anyone who watches this in the future that isn't privy to it, well, we'll go through it all and make sure it's detailed, covered. Amazing Fantasy, a Spider-Man Mafia prequel. Introducing Spider-Man. This is a prequel to the other 3 games. It was billed as being an origin story. I promised that Peter Parker wasn't Spider-Man at the start of the game, and whether or not he became Spider-Man would be determined by the game's events. It's very much an origin story, and I said it would have transformational roles. We'll talk about what that means in a little bit. But Amazing Fantasy is an advanced bastard mafia game for 29 players that is loosely based on the in-universe and real-world origins of everyone's favorite wall-crawling, web-slinging, joke-cracking superhero, the Amazing Spider-Man. More specifically, it focuses primarily on the story established in Amazing Fantasy 15, that's his origin, and the first 3 years of the Amazing Spider-Man, issues 1 to 51, including annuals specifically. And there's also a few other surprises taking inspiration from content outside of that window. The game features a variety of characters and mechanics, both new and old, tying together a convoluted plot that should infuriate even the most stoic of you. The design file is, as always, impressive to behold and full of moving parts. You should expect complex roles. We're going to see one in a minute, or a few. The game is a bastard game, so you know to trust nothing, but see a note on bastardry in the rules section below. If you don't know what that means, we're going to talk about it too. Don't worry, put a pin in that. Some things in the game will intentionally deceive you, while others will make it nearly impossible for some of you to win. The game is not meant to be equal parts fair to all players, meaning some of you will, via luck of the draw, wind up with the short end of the stick and have an extremely difficult uphill battle to earn a victory. If that winds up being you, don't discourage. If it's any consolation, in the last game, one player was so convinced he'd lose that he gave up on the first day and refused to participate further. That player somehow still won. So don't give up, no matter how impossible things seem in the moment. You just never know what shocking twist lies around the corner. And now, without further ado, it's video time. This is a video about the origin of Spider-Man told in 2 minutes by a YouTube channel called Marvel TLDR. I am not affiliated with them at all, but I used their video because it was appropriate in the context of the game I'm running. And you should absolutely check them out. They got some pretty cool videos. I watched a few of them, actually. The story thus far, there isn't any. This is where the story begins. Literally. Okay, I guess despite this being the start of the story, a little background is in order. I'll start you off by telling you that mild-mannered professional wallflower Peter Parker is a 16-year-old student at Midtown High who is really smart and will probably become one of the world's leading scientists someday if something crazy like a radioactive spider bite doesn't completely sidetrack his progress first. Orphaned at a young age, Peter lives with his aunt and uncle in Queens, New York, just a stone's throw away from the much more exciting island of Manhattan, home to such illustrious superhero teams as the Fantastic Four or even the Avengers. But I'm sure mentioning them is unimportant to this story, as our poor pimpled pubescent protagonist Peter Parker, poor pimpled pubescent protagonist Peter Parker is never going to run with the likes of them. After all, Peter Parker doesn't even have superpowers yet. And then there's a comic of Peter reading comics as a kid. That is an image from Amazing Spider-Man -1. Yes, at one point in the 90s, they realized Marvel's marketing team realized you slapped the number 1 on an issue. Just say first issue or whatever. And those issues sell like hotcakes. And they were like, well, how can we capitalize on that even more? I know. Let's do a -1 issue so that, you know, it'll still have like a big 1, but with a tiny minus beside it. Yeah, we'll do a line of flashback comics, prologues, prequels, if you will. And we'll call them we'll number them -1. So this was Amazing Spider-Man -1 is the number of the issue that this is pulled from, and obviously it's a prequel of before Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man. But that's not the only story we need to concern ourselves with. Oh no, dear reader, I'm talking about the true origins of the character here, the meta origins that exist beyond this universe. Yes. You see, our story owes its creation, at least in part, to the diligent creative drive of a young comic book writer in another world. I'm talking, of course, about Stan Lee, without whom none of this would be possible. No origin story would truly be complete without mention of him. Somewhere out there, he toils away for a company named Marvel, churning out script after script, each one great in its own way, yet none of them fulfills his true creative need, a need to tell stories of a different kind. Stories with real characters who have problems just like you and me, whose worries and woes don't go away just because they put on a mask. He yearns to tell stories with backbone, stories with morals, stories that really matter, stories like The Amazing Spider-Man. Jimmy, roll the credits. And then, of course, I have another video, which is the TV intro to the 1967 animated Spider-Man animated series. On each one of these, you'll see when we go and look at the front page of other games, I had a opening credits segment, which was a video posted. And then the opening credits has been different every time. That's the running gag. It's like, here's the opening credits of the series, you know, but it's like, it's not the same opening credits that you saw from the last episode in the series. I change it every time. I think the third one had 2 instances of opening credits because we put in the opening credits from Clone High, and then I did the opening credits from the Spectacular Spider-Man animated series. But yeah, so that's the introduction of the game. That's the setup, if you will. The next post goes into the game rules, the special game mechanics, and it also has this note on bastardry that we talked about earlier, or we mentioned earlier. We didn't talk about it. What is the note on bastardries? Well, this game is a bastard Mafia game. In Mafia, bastard is a term to describe games that have elements that are traditionally considered unfair. In a standard game, you generally only have to worry about other players lying to you, but in a bastard game, you have to worry about lies from the game moderator too. A good example of what that looks like are death millers. Death millers are very bastard. A death miller is a type of role in Mafia. Typically in Mafia, when someone dies, their alignment is revealed. So that you find out when we killed them. We find out now if we got a town or a mafia person. Oh, we got one. Now one less mafia person to take care of. Or oh no, we misfired. We shot a town. We're even more in the shit now. That's usually what happens. A Death Miller is a role that says when it dies, it reveals it tells people that it is the opposite alignment that it actually is. This is a lie that the mods will tell to the players, saying this person died as town when he was mafia, or this person died as mafia when he was town. This can really screw them over. Like if they're expecting to fight 3 mafia and they've killed 2 already, then they're thinking there's only 1 mafia left that they have to hunt down, when they've only killed 1 mafia and a Death Miller who was town. Right? That's an example of a very bastard role. There's a lot of different bastard roles that could exist, and a lot of different bastard mechanics that could exist. The fact that we label this as being a bastard game is just my way of telling you to expect everything, rely on nothing, and things will try to trick you. You should be ready for that. That said, I realized that in a game of deception, if you have absolutely nothing to trust, it becomes impossible to stand your ground on anything. For that reason, I promise there will be no direct lies in any of your role PMs. Role PMs is the PMs is private message. So because we said it rolls out by private messages when running games on forums. Except maybe in the backstory section, which is just fluff. So the backstory section could contain lies because that is just fluff. Generally, the backstory section is what your character believes to be true, whether or not it is. And given the theme of this game, that promise will be extended to include new role PMs that you receive after undergoing a role transformation. I mentioned earlier that this game is all about origin stories. The characters can transform as they undergo their origin stories. And so the way I'm doing that is that I have additional roles to hand out as the game progresses. So you might have the role of Peter Parker now, but if you get bitten by a radioactive spider, congratulations. I trade that role in for the role of Spider-Man. So this promise is that there will be no direct lies in role PMs, either both the role PMs you first receive at the start of the game and the ones you can transform into. No lies. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be things in your role PMs designed to trick you, but you can at least count on them not being outright false. An example of what that might be is, well, I'm not going to give an example because there's people watching the stream that are playing the game. Anyone who knows me well enough knows that you definitely can trick people without lying to them. So there may be things in role PMs designed to trick you, but you can at least count on them not being outright false. Everything else is totally fair game, though. It's still a bastard difficulty level after all. So, that just means that you have this one tiny shrivel of guaranteed true information, and everything else is a wash. Okay. Game rules. Let's talk about the game rules. So some of these rules, if you are used to playing Mafia, some of these rules are going to be pretty standard for you. If you're not used to playing Mafia, well, then there's going to be a nice education on how they work. But a lot of these rules are not standard. A lot of these rules have been created specifically to suit my needs in a Spider-Man Mafia game. So that's why there's a lot of rules. I got 5 different section on rules, and each one has, between 6 and 9 rules attached to it. So we're gonna try to go through those as quickly as possible, and then we can get into the more fun bit, which is special game mechanics. I'm looking forward to telling you all about that. So here I reserve the right to discipline player for violation of these rules however I see fit, ranging from the most insignificant slap on the wrist to the dreaded mod kill. No moderator likes to mod kill their players. Mod kill is when you kill a player for, when you kill a player's character. I hope no one's running around actually killing their players. When you kill a player's character, as a mod, to punish them for breaking the rules. It's usually done as a last resort. Mods don't like to do it. I don't like to do it. I hate to do it, especially because the game setup might rely on certain rules existing in order to give other rules a reasonable chance at victory. So that's the big reason why I don't like to do it. I had to mod kill someone who was playing Mary Jane in Spider-Man Mafia 3. And I don't think it impacted the outcome, but it very well might have. The Spider-Man character was a lot harder to take out while Mary Jane was alive. So when Mary Jane dead, the Spider-Man character was a little more vulnerable. Yeah, as a mod, I will always do that as a last resort. I prefer to punish violations of the rules using something called mod votes, which are like regular votes, but the difference is that they don't usually go away as a phase ends. Sometimes they do, but it depends on how I'm feeling on that given day. But yeah, generally speaking, I will try to punish people in a way that allows them to continue to play the game and allows the people around them to not be impacted by the decision. In the case of me having to mod kill the player who played Mary Jane in the last version of this, I did it because they were MIA. They completely disappeared. They were not involved. There is a minimum posting requirement in these kinds of games, and you have to keep up with it, because if you don't, well, then it negatively impacts the whole play experience for everyone else. So I needed to do something about this player slot that wasn't interacting with the game. I tried to find a replacement. I had no replacement players I could pull from because the game was already massive. And as a result, I just had to nix that player slot, and along with it, the role of Mary Jane. But like I said, I don't think it really hugely impacted the game. By that point in time, Mafia was headed towards a victory, so they probably would have won anyway. But anyway, let's dive into the rules. First section is the general rules. These ones are going to be the most like your expected Mafia rules. Please read and understand and obey all the rules. Obligatory statement telling people to read the rules. Contradictions between the rules and your roles will exist, and your roles will take precedent. That's usually how rules are created. It's like these are the rules of the game, but in your case, this doesn't apply to you because you have a special role. Be respectful of mod and your fellow players. I shouldn't have to say this. Mafia gets heated at times, but it is just a game, and you shouldn't be mad at people for playing, especially if they're playing towards their win con. But it's an important rule nonetheless. Please bold anything you hope me to see. Pinging me also helps. It's great that Zelda Dungeon has a pinging function when it works. Discussions about the game's balance are strictly forbidden while the game is still running. Discuss that stuff after the game is over. This rule is one of my personal creations. I haven't seen anyone else using this rule, but I adopted it. I adopted it at some point. I forget what game I adopted it in, but I adopted it at some point because I got frustrated with a player critiquing the balance of the game when they haven't even seen the full design file. And that just pissed me off, and it also was damaging the outcome of the game by having this open argument between a player and a mod while the game was in session about how the game was being run. So I don't let my players discuss the game's balance. I'm pretty strict about that. I say that stuff. You're welcome to criticize a game's balance after it's over, but while it is in session, that's a big no-no in my book. Communication with anyone other than the mod outside of the game thread regarding the game is strictly prohibited unless you have an ability that allows you to do so. Most commonly, the Mafia's ability to talk to each other. In this case, I'm using my brand new Patreon Discord server to facilitate all of those discussions. General Rule 1.6, the town and Mafia line win conditions are public knowledge. See below. We're going to cover those in a second. Unless you have one of these alignments, it is probably in your best interests to pretend like you do until such time as you're no longer able. The reason they are made public is exclusively for the benefit of those who don't possess them. I usually make the town-aligned win condition public knowledge. But this is, I think, the first time I've made the Mafia win condition public knowledge. And the reason I've done that is because the Mafia win condition is so different from what it normally is. In fact, it's not. They are an enemy of the town, as usual, but they aren't strictly an enemy of the town, nor are they necessarily even the biggest enemy of the town. And they are, as you're going to see in a second, motivated to keep some of the town alive, especially given the number distributions, which we'll talk about. But yeah, so I've made the town line and Mafia line win conditions public knowledge. I also really like that I decided to do that because town and Mafia are the default alignments in any Mafia game. I have way more than just the default alignments, but the standard alignments are present, even if their win conditions are not the same as the standard versions. And I wanted those to be public knowledge, especially because at one point in a Spider-Man Mafia 3, somebody asked, we don't even know if there is a Mafia alignment in this game. And Tevish stuck up for me and said, yeah, no, actually, there probably is, because the Spider-Man Mafia games, despite all of the complexities, are usually more standard than anything else. So anyway, I wanted to make that disillusioned completely. Like there's definitely a town, there's definitely a Mafia. And this is what they do. Except for self-aligned players who have unique win conditions and origin-aligned players who don't have a win condition, all other alignments are tied to their win conditions, meaning players of the same alignment will always have the same win condition and vice versa until such time as their alignment changes and win condition along with it. Alignments can change without warning. So that means every person who's town aligned has the same win condition. Every person who's Mafia aligned has the same win condition. Every person who has Canada aligned is going to have the same win condition, and that can't be changed. The alignments and win conditions are tied to each other. The only exceptions are self and origin aligned players. Self-aligned players, typically called third party in a lot of Mafia games, are players who are, as the name suggests, are self-interested. They have unique win conditions. Every self-aligned player's win condition is unique only to them, and you cannot discern. If you find out someone's self-aligned, you can't discern what their win condition is from that. Origin-aligned are unique to this game. They tie to the theme of origins, and as I've just pointed out, they don't have a win condition. In that sense, their win condition is the same also. Their win condition is tied to their alignment also. It's just that their win condition is non-existent. They don't have a win condition. What does that mean? That means they can't win. You need a win condition to win. Origin-aligned players can't win. But, as you suspect probably, or as you know, this game is based around origin stories, and transformations are apparent. The origin-aligned players all need to undergo some sort of origin story to transform their role into a new role, which will come with a new alignment and a win condition. In some cases, they can transform into multiple different roles. Maybe you have one origin-aligned player who can become town-aligned or Mafia-aligned or self-aligned, depending on what they do. And that was kind of like how the spider lines work in Spider-Man Mafia 3, right? So that's kind of based off of that a little bit. Other than the aforementioned 4 alignments, hereafter referred to as the standard alignments, there are 5 secret alignments whose win conditions are known only to them. That's right, This game has 9 alignments. Deal with it. I don't know if that's the most alignments I've ever put in a game, but it's definitely up there. And rule 9 of the general rules is try to have fun. That's a very important rule. All right, let's look at the town and mafia win conditions. I told people that this stream was only going to be 90 minutes, but we're going to go over that, and that's probably fine. You know, this is the first stream. It's the inaugural stream, so we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Town Mafia win conditions. The town line win condition in this game is to remove all threats to the town. That sounds pretty standard. It reads as you win at the beginning of the day if no threats to the town exist in the active player pool. The at the beginning of the day part is non-standard, but the rest of that is standard, classic town aligned in most Mafia games you play. Get rid of the threats to the town. That's the town's win condition in every Mafia game. The only added wrinkle in this one is that it happens at the beginning, or it checks for threats at the beginning of the day. This means that you could get rid of all threats, and the game won't be over until the start of the next day. And a threat could re-enter the active player pool between when you got rid of all threats and the start of the next day, in which case the game's not yet over. Or, I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, the game ends at the start of the day, or the town line win condition ends the game at the start of the day if no threats to the town exist at that point in time. That's important. The Mafia line win condition is to achieve parity with the town. That part's standard for Mafia. The rest is not. Achieve parity with the town. Parity means, equal or greater numbers. So the Mafia line win condition is to achieve parity with the town without eliminating it altogether. They are, normally the Mafia is allowed to eliminate the town altogether in games of Mafia if parity would mean getting rid of them all. Oh, pardon me. Wow, I need more caffeine. The win condition is to achieve parity with the town without eliminating it altogether and remove all other threats. That part is key. There are non-Mafia threats to the town, and the Mafia is just as incentivized to help the town get rid of those as the town is. So you win, again, at the beginning of the day if no non-Mafia threats to the town exist in the active player pool, and the Mafia has equal or greater numbers than the town, while at least one town player remains. It sounds like a mouthful, but it's really simple. It's basically just they need to have the same or greater numbers than the town, get rid of all other threats to the town that aren't Mafia, and then still have at least one town player remaining. So if they kill every last town and then successfully kill all the other threats, they will have technically achieved parity with the town, equal or greater numbers, their numbers being 0. They will have technically removed all other threats, but they will have eliminated the town altogether, and that means they'll lose. The Mafia in this game wants to have a town to lord over after the game ends when they are in charge of running things their way. And they can't do that if they eliminate every last one of them. So the Mafia have, only one. They only need one, but a token town guy. But they need to leave at least one town member alive, and that's potentially hard for the Mafia to do when there are other threats to the town who are trying to kill the town, and those other threats may even be more numerous than the Mafia, for all we know at this point in time. So to some extent, the Mafia is disincentivized from going after the town at the start of the game. They do want to achieve parity with the town, which probably means they need to bring the town's numbers down. But the town's numbers will probably drop anyway without their help because there's other threats trying to do that. And so it probably falls to the Mafia. This is speculation. Of course, the players are going to play however they want to play, but this is speculation. It probably falls to the Mafia. At least I designed it this way, that it would fall to the Mafia to help the town get rid of the other threats and then focus on achieving parity. But who knows? Though it'll probably be a little bit of both as things go on. They just need to be careful that, as they're killing people willy-nilly, they don't accidentally kill the last town person. Town is not as numerous. This game has 29 players, but There's 9 alignments. Town is usually the uninformed majority, which means town is often the largest group of players in a game of Mafia. That's not necessarily true here. I'm not going to tell you, obviously, how many town players are in the game, but you can assume that if it's something like 29 divided by 9, doesn't divide to a very big number, you know, if they're even numbers across the board, which they obviously aren't, but that's neither here nor there. Now that number could go up if an orange and aligned player becomes town, but more than likely the number of town will go down, not up, as the game progresses. So we'll see how that goes. All right, posting and activity rules. Do not delete your posts. That's standard. In any Mafia game run on forums, deleting your posts is a big no-no. One of the main advantages to running a game and playing in a game on a forum is that you don't have to be present all the time. These games take place across several real-life days, and you could check in once a day in the evening and then catch up, or on what you missed and post then, right? If you're doing that and you come across, like a spot where there was a post, but then it got deleted, you miss out on some information that somebody else had said. Furthermore, somebody could say, "I saw him say this, but the post is gone. There's no proof anymore." It's a big no-no in forum to delete your posts. That's like, there are a few things that are grounds for instant mod killing, but that's one of them probably. Do not now. Normally, that kind of rule in most Mafia games on forums, you'll see that kind of rule presented as: do not edit or delete your posts. I've balked at that trend. My second rule is you may edit your posts if the post in question is the most recent post in the game thread. In other words, no one has posted after you. I did that because I don't personally like it when it's like someone has to post 3, 4, 5 times in a row because they made their post and nobody's responded to their post, but now they have something else they want to say or share or add that they just thought of, and they're not allowed to edit their post, so they have to post again. And this makes threads balloon in size much faster than they otherwise would, and I don't necessarily see that as a good thing. I understand why people say you can't edit your posts. It's because they don't want you to cover up information that you accidentally said. That's part of the way Mafia is played, is like you need to analyze what people say. And if someone's changing what they said, that's a big no-no. So anyway, I'm allowing people to edit their posts as long as it's the last post in the thread, the most recent one. If somebody else posts after you, you cannot edit your post anymore. And I am able to check, when it was edited. So I will know, and I'm planning to strictly enforce this rule. I have not. You'll notice I did not say that a person is not allowed to make multiple posts in a row, but all I'm doing is I am trying to prevent people from posting too many times in a row because they have no other choice. If you want to post 2 or 3 times in a row because that is how you partition your thoughts, all the power to you. But if you're just posting multiple times in a row because you're like, I'm trying to edit what I said without being allowed to edit, a common thing you might see in forum Mafia games is the label edit without posting, EWOP. There's a B in there somewhere. What does the B stand for? Edit without posting. I don't know. I forget. EBWOP. Edit by way of post, not edit without posting. Thanks, Rag. EBWOP. Edit by way of post. It means I would like to edit the previous post I just made, but I'm not allowed to edit, so I am editing by way of making another post. This new post is to reflect the things I would like to edit into the previous post. Edit by way of post. That's what it stands for. EBWOP. And thanks for the assist, Rag. Rag is short for Ragnarokio, and I have been playing Mafia games with Ragnarokio for over a decade. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Here's this person I met on the internet that I started playing Mafia games with, and I've been now playing with her for years. So that's neat. I like that. Where were we? Yes. So edit by way of posting is the norm in Mafia games. I am bulking that tradition. I'm saying you may edit your posts, so we don't have to do edits by way of posting. You can go and edit your post as long as it is the most recent post in the thread, and that is what I'm allowing people to do. Next up, we got do not post at night unless you have the ability that allows you to do so. This is standard for a Mafia game. You don't talk at night. At night is when the bad guys run around and kill people, and the town is sleeping. They wake up in the day, and then they lynch people under suspicion of who killed someone last night. So you don't post in the game thread during the night unless you have an ability that allows you to do so. Now, several people have that ability, so the game thread will continue to be active at night, but not everyone can participate, and that's key. Now, I do have something called Burning the Midnight Oil, which you'll see is under communal abilities. I haven't even told you what communal abilities are, though if you're watching and you're a player, you already know. But suffice to say, Burning the Midnight Oil is an ability that everyone has access to. It's not in anybody's role, but it's part of the communal abilities that the community can use. And Burning the Midnight Oil lets you talk in the game thread, post in the game thread at night. So you're not allowed to post in the game thread at night unless you have an ability that lets you do so. Burning the Midnight Oil is an ability that would let you do so, but it comes at the cost of your ability activation for the night. So you usually can only do one thing at night. If you're the Mafia, you might be trying to kill somebody. If you're a cop, you want to investigate somebody, right? Cop is an investigation role that usually you target someone at night to learn their alignment. Well, if you use Burning the Midnight Oil so that you can talk in the game thread at night, then you can't do any of those cool things. So they're disincentivized from using it, but it is there. If they've got a burning thought that they want to share in the game thread, that they feel they need to share in the game thread, that it can't wait until the day comes around, and they don't have the ability to post in the game thread normally, they can use Burning the Midnight Oil at the cost of their activation. We're going to talk more about communal abilities when we get down there, but that was mentioned here just so it's like, okay, you can't post in the game thread unless you have an ability that lets you do so, which I'll usually call an insomniac role in this game, as insomniac being you don't sleep. But even if you don't have the insomniac role, you can use Burning the Midnight Oil to do that. Please make an effort to post in the game thread at least once every 72 hours. More often is encouraged, but not required. And if you're going to be absent for longer than that, let me know. This is the typical, you'll see this in every single Mafia game on forums. This is the minimum required posting activity. Mine's pretty lax, actually. 72 hours is pretty big. There's some games in Mafia forums that the whole day phase is only 72 hours long or less. There's some games where it's like the day is 48 hours and the night is 24 hours. 2 days for day discussion phases and 1 day in real life for night. My days in this game are obviously bigger than that, but yeah, 72 hours I feel is pretty lax. If you're going to be gone longer than that, let me know, is appreciated. Brain fart. Yes, so that's the minimum required posting activity in the game, and I expect people to keep up with that so that I don't have to mod kill someone who disappears again. Yeah. I was going to call out the player who did that in the previous game, but I'm not going to do that. Once you have been removed from the active player pool, do not post in the game thread any longer. unless you post an ability that lets you continue to do so. Not even just a BA post violation of this rule might result in you being banned from returning to the active player pool. That's pretty standard in Mafia games. Usually if somebody dies, then you're supposed to stop posting then. They get lynched, you can't, not even a BA post. A BA post is just like, screw it, whatever. I didn't even want to win anyway, something like that. No, yeah. So no posting after they're removed from the active player pool. We're going to talk about how people can be removed from the active player pool. I don't say die because that's not the only way. That's not even the most likely way people will leave the active player pool. But we'll talk about that. You can't directly quote anything from your role PM or a Discord server or anything else. You're allowed to paraphrase and claim, but you cannot directly quote things. That's standard in Forum Mafia. You'll see that in almost every game. Some rules have posting restrictions. Posting restriction is exactly what it sounds like. You are restricted from posting in some fashion. Usually, these will present themselves as some sort of information about your role that you aren't allowed to reveal, but it could be anything really. You could have a posting restriction preventing you from posting stuff in the color red, for example. That's a callback to the very first Spider-Man Mafia, where Carnage was the only player allowed to use the color red, and I punished anyone else who used the color red. That was an example of a posting restriction. Whatever the case may be, if you have a posting restriction, we'll explain how it behaves and whether it applies to the game thread or elsewhere. I don't usually like posting restrictions. I'm not a big fan of them. I enjoyed making use of it in Maximum Carnage of Spider-Man Mafia 1, just to add that little bit of extra flair to Carnage. He's always trying to paint the town red. That's his slogan, red with blood. And so I really wanted to play up the idea that he's the one using that color and nobody else. But other than that, I typically don't use posting restrictions in my game. This game is the exception to that rule. I think I've used posting restrictions more in this game than any other game I've ever run. I feel like half of the roles have posting restrictions, and there's 29 characters, so it's a lot. I felt like it was very important for the theme of the game to use posting restrictions, and so it just fell into place, even though I'm not usually a big fan of them. Day-night rules. An in-game day will last until the time limit expires or a vote threshold has been reached. This is a fancy way of saying the day lasts however long the day lasts, unless someone gets voted off the island first. That's what's usually called a hammer lynch in most other games, is when someone got voted off by majority, ending the day early. An in-game night will last until the time limit expires, or all players have submitted a night action, whichever happens first. Again, that's standard. Those things are standard. What's not standard is how I handle thresholds, and thresholds is a well, we're going to talk about threshold. So I'll put a pin in that for now. You could have there could be abilities that modify the duration of a day, night, or end them early. In fact, there are. The standard time limit for a day is 4 hours per player in the active player pool. I had a player just tell me the other day that they were a big fan of this rule. They thought it was really innovative that I have a fluctuating time limit on days based on the number of players that are active. To me, it's just, it's true, I haven't really seen it elsewhere, so maybe it is innovative, but to me, it just made sense. I'm used to running really big games with a lot of players, 29 in this one, and when you have that many players, you need more time in the day in the discussion phase part of the game, for those players to have time to talk to all the other players, right? Like if there's 29 players and you want to hear from each of them, that takes time for each player to give their thoughts on something. And then if something else comes up and then each player needs to give their thoughts on that, it takes a lot of time. You need more time for more players. But as the player list dwindles, as people get lynched and killed and voted off the island, you don't need as much time, and that inevitably, if you don't adjust the time, well, then it becomes a slog where people are like, oh, the day's going to last for freaking 5 days, 120 hours for the day. There's only 10 of us left, right? Like 9 of us left. We could get this over way before that. So I have a lot of messages from players who are trying to get a hold of me. This is the peril of starting up a game and then immediately going onto a stream. Not immediately. I took care of some early game stuff, but I launched the game 3 hours ago now, and people have been waiting for this game for a long time. First, they were waiting years for me to open up the signups, and then once I did open up the signups, they were waiting 2 months for the game to actually start. So, and now that it's finally started, people are really eager. And that's good. I'll get to you guys very, very soon when I stop the stream, or however soon that is. It can wait a little bit for the sake of talking about Mafia on camera. Yeah, so anyway, an adjustable time limit just made sense to me. And 4 hours per player in the active player pool, and for days, and 2 per night, it seems like the right amount. So with currently there's 26 players in the active player pool. There's actually 24 different players in the active player pool, but one of them's being counted 3 times for some reason. So there's 26 players in the active player pool, and 26 times 4 is 104. And so we have a day phase that'll last 104 hours, or until Friday at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. And that duration will automatically adjust as players leave the pool. The phase will dwindle. You'll have less time to discuss things, but there'll also be less people to speak their piece. So that's good. And the night phase is half of that. So as soon as the day ends, whether because the time limit expired or a threshold was reached, those are the 2 ways that the day can usually end, no further votes or actions will be counted even if the mod is not present to immediately end the day, ditto when the night ends. If day ends before I'm expecting it to end, then I probably won't necessarily I can't be expected to always be around to immediately end the day when that happens. Even if the day ends when it's supposed to end, I might not be around at the time I set. So it's important to have something like that in place. To say it's like, okay, the deadline is a hard limit on accepting things. Even if I don't show up and say, the day's over, folks, the day is over, and no further things will be accepted. Okay, this is getting into abilities now, but it's still relevant to the day-night rules. That's why I put it here. Realistically, I probably should have put it in both sections, but I think I did, actually. You may use up to 1 activated ability each day and up to 1 activated ability each night. That's a total of 2 activated abilities per day-night cycle in total. That's not really standard in a Mafia game. In a Mafia game, normally you can only do 1 thing per day-night cycle, and usually it's either you can do something in the day or you can do something in the night, or and not usually both, right? You either have a night roll or a day roll, not usually both. And if you do have both, you still can only do something once in a day-night cycle. I like giving players lots to do, especially in a highly themed Spider-Man Mafia game like this. So I always give them 2 activated abilities, 1 to use in the day and 1 to use in the night. And if you don't like any of your abilities that come with your role, as we already mentioned, there are communal abilities that everyone has access to that are not part of your role. We're going to go into those in a little more depth in a bit. So yeah, you get 2 per day, 2 per night. Or sorry, 2 per day-night cycle, 1 in the day and 1 in the night. Some players can do more than this or less than this, but that is the standard rule for this game. Generally, activated abilities used during the day are resolved within 24 hours. Usually, when I put up the next vote count, I plan to put up 1 vote count per day, 1 vote count every 24 hours. and I am going to resolve activated abilities during the day when the vote count drops. This is definitely not standard for a Mafia game. Most mods in a Mafia game on a forum will post vote counts whenever they feel like it, or whenever they're requested to, um, uh, not strictly once per 24 hours. And also, most mods in a Mafia game, if there are day abilities, those day abilities usually, depending on what they are, will resolve at the end of the day, or they'll resolve immediately if it's something like ending the day early. Um, I've come up with some sort of system where I decided there'd be one vote count every day, and then the vote counts sort of count as a pseudo end of phase thing, like how nights work typically in a Mafia game. Um, um, so you can expect your abilities will resolve when I put up a vote count. There are exceptions to this. There are some abilities that bulk that trend, but by and large, most day abilities, activated abilities, will resolve at the vote count. And in the night, they all resolve at the end of the night. There's a set order of operations which I've not made public. But to give an example, roll blocked. When you roll block someone, when you block someone's roll, that is a Mafia lingo for they can't use whatever ability they were trying to use. That always has to be at like the top or almost near the top of a order of operations list, because if the goal of the roll blocker role is to stop someone from doing something, and that person's ability resolved before the roll blocker, well, then you don't actually stop them from doing anything. The roll blocker usually always will go near the top because of that. Doctoring protections will also go near the top, um, you know, after roll blocking, but definitely before kills, because if they work after kills, they don't work very well. Let's see. Generally, activated abilities used during the day. I already said that. Abilities that prematurely end the day are not usable within the first 12 hours of the day start. So we just started a day 3.5 hours ago. If someone has an ability that ends the day prematurely, they cannot use that right now. They have to wait another 9 hours to do something like that. That's to give people, a chance to post. You did pick an interesting time to host your stream. I guess technically we voted on it. Yeah, that's Rag. I'm reading what Rag said. Yeah, it's midnight. It's past midnight. Interesting time to host my stream. I put up a poll, and everybody voted on it and wanted a late night stream. Or maybe you're saying, I'm not sure if you're saying it's an interesting time to host my stream because it's a late night stream, or maybe more likely you're saying it's an interesting time to host my stream because it is 3 hours after the day started when everyone's going to want my attention. That's probably more likely what Rag meant. The latter. Yeah. I just launched today, and now I'm doing a stream, and there's so many people that want my attention, but it's okay because whatever they want my attention for, even though I haven't gotten to it yet, if it's an activated ability, as we just discussed, those don't resolve until the vote count anyway, which is not right away. And actually most of the messages I have, all of the messages I have, no, I shouldn't say that. Okay. Almost all of the messages I have are related to the newspaper, the Daily Bugle. This game has a newspaper mechanic. Every day, an issue of the Daily Bugle, New York's finest newspaper, is going to go hit the stands. It's going to be posted in the game thread with critical information about the game that you can use to help learn stuff and then and motivate how you play. We were talking earlier about different types of roles and how a cop is an investigative role. Well, I've kind of like rolled all of the town's stereotypical investigative abilities, for the most part, into this newspaper mechanic. The newspaper team has the ability to, do journalism, and learn stuff about shit that's going on, and then write about it in the newspaper, and then people read the newspaper, and then they get it's like they get a claim from a cop about something that's going on in the game. But it's more or less a safe way for the cops to claim through the paper. It's a mechanic. It's probably the mechanic I am most proud of for these Spider-Man games, and that's no small part to one player who has always made the newspapers above and beyond whatever I could have expected them to be. But we'll talk about those in more depth later. There's some really great ones from a Spider-Man Mafia 3 that when we talk about a Spider-Man Mafia 3, we will look into those. Voting and threshold rules. Voting is not... So voting, in most Mafia games, if you don't know, during the day, the players vote to lynch someone, to hang them, under suspicion of being a werewolf or a mafia or a vampire, depending on what theme you're going with. And that's how the town fights back against... That's how the town fights back in a civilized manner against the monsters of the night. I don't... I just watched an episode of Doctor Who where the Doctor, now a woman, gets accused of being a witch. She's got her Sonic. It looks like a magic wand. She's a witch in the middle of the witch trials. Like it was an interesting episode. Anyway, yes, they so people vote during the day on who they want to see removed from the active player pool. In most Mafia games by lynching, but in my game it's different. But typically, that's the one thing you can expect in a Mafia game is that you have the ability to vote. Everyone has the ability to vote. Even the humble vanilla townie who has no other abilities still has the power of their voice and their vote. But that's not the truth. That's not true in this game. Voting is not something universal that everyone can do in this game. To be able to vote in this game, you must have an ability that grants voting privileges. Normally, such abilities will be passive, but not always. So yeah, usually you'll have some sort of ability that will say this is a passive. The default ability for voting is called Strength in Numbers. That is the one that that most people have. Some people will have a different ability, but the default one is like Strength in Numbers, and all that. And that's a passive ability that grants you a standard vote that works just like it normally does in a Mafia game. Other people might have different voting abilities that are, more powerful, less powerful, harder to use, easier to use, grant more votes, etc., etc. Yeah, normally such things will be passive, not always. Please make your votes stand out, bold in color. That's normal for a 4 Mafia game. Don't hide your votes, etc., in invisible text or whatever. Threshold, this is the interesting part. Okay, so we talked about threshold. Normally in a Mafia game, people vote people out, right? And they do that by whoever has the most votes at the end of the day, or whoever has a majority of votes at any point in the day gets lynched. I changed how that worked all the way back in the first Spider-Man Mafia game. I said players have a threshold, and that threshold is how many votes they need to be lynched. And different players can have different thresholds. The threshold can be majority, which is the standard expectation for a Mafia game, is the majority vote. But and often they will be majority, but they don't have to be. So threshold is the number of votes required to see you removed from the active player pool. Usually, removal means you were arrested, but sometimes it means exiled or lynched instead. So that's something that's also unique to my game. Instead of lynching people, they're getting arrested and thrown in jail, and they may be able to break out of jail or something. So that's the default removal mechanic, is not being lynched, is being arrested. But some players can be lynched, and some players can be exiled instead, which is something like between arrested and lynched. Your role PM will specify which form of removal you can expect. It will say, you have an arrest threshold, and it is this. You have a lynch threshold, and it is this. You have a exile threshold, and it is this. And if your threshold is reached, you're shunted from the active player pool into the player pool you were expecting to go to, probably. Typically, a player's threshold will be majority, which is defined as being half the number of standard votes rounded down plus 1. So if there are 10 votes, majority would be 6. Threshold must be reached in order for a player to be removed from the active player pool at the end of the game. At the end of the day, if the time limit expires before the threshold is reached, the day ends without a player being removed. That's not really standard in a Mafia game. Usually in a Mafia game, it's like, yeah, if you reach majority, then that's you've hammered them. You placed a hammer vote on them. Whoever did the last vote was a hammer vote. It's called a hammer. When you hit the majority, it's a way of definitively saying this person is today's lynch. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And the day usually ends immediately at that point with them being lynched. But in most Mafia games, even if you don't get to majority, if you don't get the hammer, at the end of the day, whoever has the most votes, even if they're not at majority, will still be lynched. And the only way for things to end without a lynch is usually to have people vote for no lynching today, or vote no lynch, is usually what they do. And that needs the no lynch needs to accumulate more votes than any player does. That's the standard way to play Mafia. But this is different. In my games, in part because of the threshold mechanic, that if you've not reached your threshold, if you've not been hammered, so to speak, then you do not get removed. And that's because different people have different thresholds, so who's to say who's got the most votes? I mean, you could say, okay, Rag has 4 votes and Rubik has 3 votes. So Rag has the most votes. At the end of the day, Rag should be lynched or arrested or whatever. She has 4 and Rubik has 3, and those are the only people with votes. But Rag might have a threshold that says 10. She needs 10 votes to be lynched. And Rubik's threshold might only be 5. So Rubik, who has fewer votes than Rag, is only 2 away from his threshold because of the way the threshold mechanic makes everybody's number of votes needed different. So who do you lynch there? The one that's closer to their threshold or the one with the more votes? No matter which choice I make, if I was trying to lynch someone, no matter which choice I make, the other one will feel like they've been cheated. Probably. And I don't feel good about that. So that's why, because of the variable thresholds, that's why my Spider-Man Mafia games don't have this whole, at the end of the time limit, someone will be lynched, regardless of if they hit majority or not. No. To get rid of someone, you need to hit their threshold. You need to get a consensus from people. You need sometimes more than a consensus, because they could have a threshold that's higher than majority, etc., etc. That said, there's a lot of things that people can do to change that. My games are very high powered. You'll note I called it standard votes. The majority is defined as being half the number of standard votes. There are 3 different types of votes in the game, which we'll cover right now. Some characters, this is rule 4.7, I've skipped a few, but some characters have bonus or secret voting abilities. A bonus vote is an extra vote you can cast, usually, but not always, under a different name. So a bonus vote will still track on the vote counts, sometimes under a different name, sometimes not. But it is distinct from a standard vote. It is above and beyond standard votes. Standard votes determine what the majority is. Majority is half the number of standard votes. If you have a bonus vote, then it's like you're cheating almost. It's like you have an extra vote to place that is not counted in the total number of votes that determines what majority is. That gives your what's the elegant way of referring to this? That gives your voting power a greater reach, right? If you have two standard votes versus if you have a standard and a bonus vote, both players have two votes, but the person with the bonus vote, in theory, has more more voting power when compared to the fact that their vote is above and beyond the majority vote calculations. I'm just noticing that people in my Discord have changed their names to be one letter, then dot dot dot. What? What is this about? I see a T, a pair of D's, an F. It's the first letter of their name, but nothing else. Why did people do this? You don't see anything? I think it's a software error. Oh, it could be a software error. Streamer mode. Oh, it's a feature. Okay, it's a feature. I see. I'm streaming on Twitch. Discord knows I'm streaming on Twitch, and so privacy settings won't show on my screen their actual names in case I decide to stream the Discord page. I'm not streaming the Discord page, of course. You can't see the Discord page on my Twitch, but Discord doesn't know that. It just knows that I'm streaming. That's a neat feature. I had no idea that existed. Hey, Vro. Okay. I made it. View. Only 2 hours late. Don't worry about it. You're welcome to the stream. We spent the first 2 hours talking about my new Patreon, and then what it is to play and run Mafia on forums, and then a little bit of history about Spider-Man Mafia, and now we're just going through the first page of Amazing Fantasy, a Spider-Man Mafia prequel, which of course you know about. So you haven't you haven't missed anything that you don't already know about, I'm sure. So people have bonus and secret votes. A bonus vote, like I said, is an extra vote that is not counted by the majority numbers calculation. And what's more, bonus votes are sometimes they're not secret. They're calculated in the vote count, but they're secret in the sense that they're anonymous a lot of the time. Many bonus votes are going to be under a different name. And so sometimes that'll allow you to make a vote. Let's say, historically speaking, whoever's playing Spider-Man can place a Spider-Man bonus vote, and it will register as Spider-Man voting for this person, but you don't know who Spider-Man is. So so it's anonymous in that way. But bonus votes aren't always anonymous. The corporate vote, which we'll talk about when we get down to that, is a bonus vote that's not anonymous. Or is it? Did I make it anonymous in this game? It wasn't anonymous in previous games, but I think I made it anonymous in this game. I need to double check what it says. So many stuff to keep track of. But anyway, yeah, bonus vote is an extra vote that you can cast, usually under a different name, and it doesn't calculate. It's not counted in the number of standard votes counted for majority. The other type of vote is a secret vote. Secret votes are always cast in private, cannot be linked back to you, and they do not get counted in the vote counts, except for the final vote count of a day. Well, actually, even then, no. Sorry, I'm misspeaking. I'm leading you astray. They are counted in the vote count. The number is counted in the vote count, but there's no name attached to it. So you might see Vrondal has 1 vote, nobody voting for him though. That's a secret vote. Or you might see Vrondal has 2 votes, but only Rag is voting for him. That could be a secret vote, or it could be that Rag's standard vote is worth twice as much as a normal person's, and you don't know which it is. So that's fun. You can unvote to remove your votes, but unvoting is not required to place a new vote. And you can vote for no removal. Usually people would vote for no lynch, but since lynching is not the default in this game, I changed it to no removal. If you wish to see a day end without a player being removed, and the threshold for that is majority vote. Neat. Will there be a VOD, by the way? Yeah, yeah. Why not? Sure, I'll do a I'll do a VOD afterwards. I'll save it. Um, I'll upload this to YouTube. Why not? Um, abilities, conditions, and extra rules. We already talked a little bit about abilities, but we're going to talk about some more. We're getting to the end of the rules, and then we're going to talk about special game mechanics. An ability is a special thing your character can do, often something that nobody else can. Abilities come in 3 varieties: activated, passive, and item. And every character in the game has at least one of each type. If that sounds outrageous to you, if you're used to playing Mafia games where the majority of players are vanilla, as in they don't have an ability, and only a few characters have an ability, like a cop or a vigilante or a doctor, well, that's not the case in my Spider-Man Mafia games. My Spider-Man Mafia games are high-powered by design. Everybody can expect to have at least one of each different type of ability. Activated, passive, and item are the 3 types. Now, mind you, because voting needs to be an ability in this game, that could be your passive ability, which is something that in a normal game of Mafia is not an ability. So just because you have 3 abilities doesn't mean you're going to be overpowered. But I don't think any role in the game has only 3 abilities. It's promised that you will have at least one of each type of ability, and you might only have 1 passive. You might only have 1 item. You might only have 1 activated ability, but you probably have 2 or more of some of the other types. I don't think I've given someone the bare minimum of 1 of each, and that's it. I think even the sample roll has more than that. So anyway, there's 3 different types of ability. An activated ability by default is turned off and must be activated to gain benefit. It's in the name. Activated, you got to activate it. It's like a light switch. You turn it on, and then you get light from turning it on. Activated abilities specify if they can be used during the day, the night, or both. Previously, in another game, I called it day, night, or night, and that confused people and confused me too. So day, night, or both. Both is in the context of what time of day it can be used. People probably understand that what both means, and will sometimes have a limited number of uses, which typically but not always reduces with each use. What do you mean not always? That's right. There are abilities in the game that have a limited number of uses that count up with each use. You use the ability and now you have 1 more. Can you imagine that if you had like a bag of grenades, and every time you threw a grenade, there was 1 more grenade in your bag than there was a second ago? So it replaced the one you took out and added another one. That's how some abilities work. More likely, though, I liken it to the. It looks like all the cool kids are using this chat, so I'll move here for now. Yeah. I appreciate that you were in the Twitch chat, bro. But yes, everybody who is watching. I don't want to say everybody, but I think everybody who's watching is using the Discord chat. I don't know if anyone's watching that is not in my Discord, but I did post in other places, so there might be. But anyway, a lot of people are. I see everybody's drinking sodas and enjoying the. I got my soda too. Do I need to watch the Twitch stream to understand the secrets of the game? Forbidden secrets, Rubik. I'm not revealing anything on stream that you can't find elsewhere. But yeah, there have been hints to things. I am talking about my thought process behind what goes behind certain designs, and that could lead to making conclusions that you can't make otherwise. So yeah, maybe. I think anyone who watches the stream will have a leg up over anyone who doesn't. Not a significant leg up, but having the mod of the game sit down on camera and go through all of the rules of the game and explain them all to you, for some people, will result in a better understanding of the rules than reading them themselves. So, if your connection to the stream didn't keep cutting out, you would be much happier. I hope that is just your connection to the stream and not my connection to the internet, because if everybody's lagging, that would be bad. Yeah. There's not going to be any major spoilers revealed on stream, but minor ones, maybe. I did just tell people. I did just tell people that there is at least one ability that ends the day early. The rules explicitly say there may be abilities that end the day early, but don't outright confirm it. I mean, from the rules, you could probably assume that I wouldn't put that there unless it was probably true. But I didn't outright say it, and I did just outright say it now. So yeah, Rubik, the secrets of the game being revealed on stream by the mod. Hopefully somebody from the newspaper is watching so that they can report on it in their in their newspaper. Stream's been fine for Amber and Rag. You guys are fantastic. Thank you for joining my stream and not making me feel alone when I'm all by myself while I'm reading through rules that I have read 500 times already. Yeah, okay. So, activated abilities. Start off, you can turn them on. Usually the uses, if they have a limited number of uses, usually the uses will go down. Sometimes they could go up. The ones that go up are usually modeled after. The ones that go up don't usually exclusively go up. They can go up or down. I modeled those after Planeswalkers from Magic the Gathering. Planeswalkers have a loyalty score, and they usually have 3 to 4 abilities. And some of those abilities improve their loyalty, and other abilities reduce their loyalty. That's usually how. Zinger responded to you asking if secrets were being revealed by revealing a secret. Yeah. Yeah. How's that for proof for you? Is there going to be secrets? Well, let me tell you a secret to prove that there's going to be secrets. I designed the abilities that go up based off Planeswalkers from Magic the Gathering. You can see examples of this in the Clone Saga, a Spider-Man Mafia 3, and I think also in a Spider-Man Mafia 2, but definitely a Spider-Man Mafia 3. If you go to a Spider-Man Mafia 3, which is still on the internet, it's still in the forums, it's on Zelda Dungeon, you can find it. I'm not going to link you to it. It's there. Go to the sign-up thread of a Spider-Man Mafia prequel, and the link to a Spider-Man Mafia 3 is in that sign-up thread somewhere. But if you go to Spider-Man Mafia 3 and you navigate to the epilogue of the game where I reveal all the roles that were used, you can find roles that work like this, where it has an activated ability with a limited number of uses, and some of the uses count up and other uses count down. Just like how a Planeswalker works in Magic the Gathering. You have a loyalty score on those Planeswalkers, and if you use the certain abilities, the loyalty score goes up. If you use other abilities on that thing, the loyalty score goes down. That's what I mean when I say a limited use ability typically goes down, but might go up. Those exist in the game. We've been told there will be a VOD. Oh no, Rubik says. Oh no, what have I yes, there will be a VOD. He seems to be under the impression that you're watching, for what it's worth. Yeah, I was under the impression that Rubik was watching. But, Rubik has probably got his hands full. He's probably too busy to watch, and that's understandable. He's got a lot to do in this game. You can poke Mint on Bulba if needed. Please do. I have 29 players in this game, which is a large number. And I'm really impressed that out of those 29 players, 25 have confirmed that they know the game has started. But there are 4 that have not, and one of those is Mint. So yeah, if you want to go poke Mint on Bulba, and let her know, game is live. Turn on her Discord notifications because she'll need them on, um, et cetera, et cetera. And turn the game is live. Everyone should know. I've done my best to let everyone know that the game is live, and I mean the game was in signups for like a month. The game was in signups for 2 months, and then it was signed up for a month, and then there was a month of sending out rolls. So I understand if people like tuned out, but you know, it's live now. Can't put that genie back in the lamp. Here we go. You know, can you catch the Muffin Man? That's an inside joke. Rubik gets it. Rubik's not even listening. All right. So, active abilities. We talked about what those are. The thing you use. You only get one action basically per day, and a different action, not the same one, per night. You're limited to 2 activated abilities each cycle, 1 in the day and 1 in the night, unless your role PM contradicts this. But even if you can use more than that, you can never repeat the same activated ability twice in a given day-night cycle. You have one activated ability in the day and one in the night. You can't use the same one in both. Unless otherwise specified, an activated ability only lasts, this part's important, unless otherwise specified, an activated ability only lasts until the end of the day or night in which it is used. I've had players, Rag was one of them, calling you out, who asked me how long something lasts, referencing one of her abilities, I think. And yeah, if it doesn't say that it lasts longer than the phase in which it was used, it doesn't. Most of the abilities, I was diligent about saying this lasts only until the end of the day. But even if I didn't put that, that would be the default assumption. I only put that to be redundant and try to minimize questions and try to make it as clear as possible. But if I didn't put that, the rules would say it only lasts until the end of the phase. As wherever I could, I tried to put this only lasts until the end of the phase, just to be extra clear. But the rules have me covered, even if I forgot to put that somewhere. The standard assumption is it can only go beyond the phase if it explicitly says it can. So, shit. Now he's giving away my secrets. I didn't say what your role was. I didn't say anything about your. I said you had an ability and you asked how long it lasts. that is true. Having an ability that has an ambiguous duration is probably true about everyone in the game. Vro, fight me. So much hate, says King of Dominaria, KOD, who I just learned yesterday refers to himself as COD. I've been playing Mafia games with KOD for over a decade, and I've never once thought of pronouncing the abbreviation of his name as COD. I always enunciate each specific letter. I mean, we're playing on forums, so you see what I type, but you don't hear what I say. I call him KOD. When I type KOD, I am thinking it is the letter K-O-D. I'm not pronouncing. COD is a video game series. Call of Duty. That's what COD is. Or it's a fish. KOD is the player. I don't care what he says. He tells me that he calls himself COD. I heard that for the first time last night, and I was like, no, I don't believe that. That's not. I will never accept that. He's KO. When I'm going on a rant saying we have to kill KOD in some Mafia game somewhere, we have to kill KOD. Not. I am almost certain that I made some puns about his name somewhere where I tried to be elegant with my words and rhyme KOD with something that rhymes with the letter D. But now that would have been lost on anyone who pronounced it COD, because COD and D rhyme with different, don't rhyme. To be fair, we do have to kill KOD. You know what? D? That's what I'm gonna call you. You're not even in the game, so you don't get to kill KOD. You get to sit there on the sidelines and cry as he goes and kills everyone else. Stop! He's already dead. But you are on the sub list. You are on the replacement player list. So you'll get your chance. Yeah, if somebody doesn't show up to the game, somebody misses an activity, minimum 72 hours requirement, then you can sub in. Yeah, you're on the list. Nobody can see my Discord, right? I can look at something private on my Discord. Yes, okay, that's right. I need to see what this person has said. It's really important. The person I just reacted to knows who they are. I appreciate what you just said. If I have a gun, I'll think about shooting you again to KOD. Yeah, well, that's every game. The vendetta never ends. Hey, how about that time I gave KOD like 6 guns to use in one day? Wow, X like cried. That was good times. Did I ever tell anyone how that worked? That was random, by the way. I rolled a d6. That's how many kills the other was able to make. It was a d6, and I ended up getting 5. He could have gotten 1. I did what I had to. Yeah, you did. You did what you had to do. But it was a d6. It was 1d6 day kills that you had to spend all in the same day, and then you were exiled. That was how the roll worked. And I don't know if I ever told anybody that it was random. Meanwhile, X was like, it was like, oh, that was the sound effect, and he killed Arg, and it's like, Arg is dead, but the nightmare is not over. KOD will kill again. And it's like, I knew that I rolled a 5. I couldn't believe it, but nobody else knew that I rolled a 5, not even KOD. Every time KOD killed someone with that roll that he got, that power. Yeah, we're talking about Spider-Man Mafia 3 right now. No, we shift gears a lot. I have ADHD. Give me a break. When he became the other, not even KOD knew how many kills he could make. He just knew every kill might be his last. And as soon as he made his last kill, he was gone. But it was 5. It was a D6. I rolled a D6. It could have been 1, but it was 5. Almost the max. And that created what was, I think, the most memorable thing that's happened in a game that I've hosted. It's up there anyway. It's up there. I don't know if it's the most memorable, but it's definitely up there. Up there with that time where KOD, who was not the Hobgoblin, chose to believe he was the Hobgoblin, and then became the Hobgoblin. That was the other thing that was really memorable. So congratulations, KOD. Both my 2 most memorable moments as a host, you're responsible for. I'm still sad I didn't save that. I'm sad too. When I found out that QuickTop had shut down and didn't tell us so that we could have backed up that stuff, so pissed. 5 is the number that looks closest to K or something. I rolled a die and got a 5, man. That's what happens. QT was so nice. Yeah, QT was nice, but now it's not nice because now everything that was there is gone. But we got Discord, and Discord's not going anywhere. Not anytime soon. Your most memorable moment as a host was being completely inactive and surrendering when I couldn't find 50,000 subs. How many players was in that game? I know you're not being serious, but I'm going to take it seriously because it's more fun. How many players was in that game if 50,000 was the number you needed to replace? 13! There were 13 players in the game, and you needed 50,000 subs. So that means one player slot was replaced 50,000 times, or 10 player slots were replaced 5,000 times each, or something like that. Amazing. It's a wonder you didn't surrender and quit, when you got to 10,000. Why did you keep going until you got to 50,000? I'm being facetious. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining me on this stream. I'm not ending it just yet, even though we're way over the 90 minutes I said I'd, but I'm having fun. And I want to finish getting through this page. I got all these Mafia secrets, these Spider-Man Mafia secrets I need to reveal so that Rubik can be like, ah! So, we're going to do it. Yes, where were we? You can never repeat the same activated ability twice in a given day-night cycle. And I'm trying to think if obviously, if a role contradicts the rules, the rule takes precedence. But I'm trying to think if I did that anywhere, that any role contradicted that rule. And I don't think I did. Because I was pretty adamant about saying, no, abilities cannot be used twice in a same day-night cycle. I think that's true everywhere in every case. If there is someone who can break that rule, then I think there might be a role that can break that rule that's not among the roles that have been presently given out. Might be one of the there might be a transformation that breaks that rule. But I don't think any of the 29 that I've handed out so far have break that rule. I was pretty adamant about. Well, yeah, I have that rule because I like versatility. If I give someone a cop power and they can use it every day and every night, and I was like, no, you use that during the day. Use something else at night. You only needed 4 or 5 subs. That's a pretty big stretch from 50,000. One of them was because a scum player just completely ignored the rules. Yeah, don't you just hate it when that happens? Unless it's Neon. Neon ignores the rules and somehow makes it okay. I don't know. Since I haven't seen it and I wasn't here earlier, if you did already, would you want to show Freddy's role to satisfy my curiosity? Yeah, I'll show Freddy's role. I haven't done that yet. I'll get to that. We'll show Freddy's role before the stream is done. Stick around. We'll get to it. Amber says, yeah, that's pretty true. Yeah, when Neon ignores the rules, somehow she pulls it off. I don't know how. She pulls off the rules and everyone's like, oh, that's just Neon. Everyone else breaks the rules and they get mod killed. Boba Garden Mafia is like dead. Getting the initial 13 player was damn near impossible. Yeah, I know the feel. So the form that I usually call home for my Mafia games is no goblins allowed, but that too is not as oh right, we're supposed to chat in Discord, not Twitch. No, you can chat in either. Hang on. Freddy said something. Okay, now what's actually happening here? I hear my secrets are being spilled. Also heading to bed shortly, but wanted to say hi. Hi, Freddy. Yeah, you guys can use the Twitch chat or the Discord chat. I don't care. Use whichever one you prefer. The Twitch chat one is visible to anyone that's not in the Discord. But I don't know if I have any viewers that are not in the Discord. Where am I? Where does it tell me how many viewers I have? Let's see. I currently have 8 viewers. Holy balls. 8 viewers. If I counted the number of people in the Discord that are viewing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we might have one viewer that's not in the Discord. So that's a thing. But everyone, you're welcome to use the Discord chat. That's fine. I can see both. Yes. Yes, Freddie, I'm going to spill all of your secrets. I'm going to spill all your secrets live on stream with other players watching. I'm going to show them your role. How does it make you feel? I'll do it for the memes. I just need to be extra careful when I bring up your role that I bring up the right one, the one that I already sent to everyone, and not the other one. The only difference is the financial resources section. But still, I don't want to accidentally open that. Show people all your billions. All right. A Coke guy, yeah. Coke Zero, man. Product placement. No, I am not a Coke man. I get my caffeine from Monster energy drinks. And do I have a can laying around so I can show that off? No, I think I threw them all in the recycle. I have a bunch in the fridge. Yes. I drink Monsters daily. You got the red. I get the white one. And Monster is an issue. Monster the player? Yeah, that's Monster the Mafia player is an issue. Yeah, she is. Anyway, yeah, I drink Monster energy drinks. This is where I get my fix. I drink Coke Zero, though. I am a man of culture. I drink Coke Zero when I've already had a Monster today, and I still feel like I need more caffeine, because drinking 2 Monsters in one day is not good. 1 Monster already is a lot of stuff that I probably shouldn't put in my body. 2 is bad. But sometimes it's like I drink the 1 Monster in the morning, and in the evening or afternoon I feel like I need more caffeine. It's like I'm not going to crack a second Monster. First of all, the caffeine content and taurine and other shit that are in energy drinks are probably bad for me. But second of all, they're so expensive. They cost me, even when I buy them in bulk, the cheapest possible place, they cost me over $2 a can. This cost me, I think, 60 cents. So anyway, cost saving and for health reasons, if I need to drink a caffeinated drink later in the day, my go-to will usually be Coke Zero. Not because I prefer it to Monsters, but because I don't want to drink a second Monster, Not all my secrets feels Norman, man. Yeah. Show them my role too? You don't have a role yet. That section just has an infinity symbol. There was something going on in signups. I don't know her, but I assume she leaves a mark. Monster is an acquired taste. You can go to the signups and read those posts, and you can get an idea. I don't know. Some people think she has an attitude problem. Maybe she does. I don't judge. Yeah. But it is annoying that my drink of choice and a player in Mafia kind of share the same name. I now have to be specific what I'm talking about when I bring up Monsters. Anyway. Where were we? Yes. Activated ability can't be used twice in the same day-night cycle under almost all circumstances, if not all. A passive ability, unlike an activated ability, doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't cost you an action. You have a limited number of those. Passive ability is always on and generally cannot be turned off. You can't willingly disable your passive abilities. They're usually good, but you might have a negative passive ability, like a posing restriction that you cannot turn off. Sucks to be you. Sometimes a specific trigger must be achieved before a passive ability takes effect, but usually they're just going to be on. An item ability functions like a passive ability, so it is also always on. It's passive, except the benefit is tied to an item that your character possesses and is lost if you ever no longer possess the item. And items can be stolen. So an item ability is just a passive ability that can trade hands. That's what that means. Some abilities require you to target a specific player. Unless otherwise specified, you may never target yourself with a targeting ability. If you have a thing that says protect or target player is protected, you can't use that on yourself. Target means someone else. Targeting abilities are referenced by many things. There's a lot of things in the game that will say when someone gets targeted, or when you get targeted, or when someone uses a targeting ability, blah, 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 blah. So targeting abilities are very specific. They always use the word target, and they cannot be used to target yourself. And they're referenced by many things. Do not confuse them with an ability that requires you to choose a player without having to target them. Generally a superior power. For example, if something says kill target player, and if something else says kill a player of your choice, the second one is way more powerful. I can't even begin to describe how different that is. So much of the game triggers off of targeting abilities. If you have a choice ability, you bypass all of those effects that are out there looking for targeting abilities. If the word target is not used, it is not a targeting ability. Even if it says, like, pick 3 players, you're not targeting those players unless it says target 3 players. Usually you can't target more than one person. Targeting abilities usually have a single target. I think there's exceptions to that, but they're not many if they exist. So that's targeting. Don't confuse it with choice abilities. Very different. Yes, KOD, MTG. MTG rules. The word target works just like it does in MTG. I've only played MTG like once. Yeah, MTG rules. MTG rules and MTG rules. Voice chat Mafia won't I ever tell you guys about the time I was going to run a game of Deathy and not tell anyone it was Deathy. It never happened, but I thought it would be funny. That would have been funny. That rule makes me think of Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah. I mean, it is a rule that is derived from Yu-Gi-Oh's an MTG ripoff, and it's a rule that's derived from MTG. I use that because I really like that distinction. It gives me a lot of room as a game designer. It gives me a lot of room as a game designer to play, right? I can say kill target player and kill a player of your choice, and those two, because of the distinction of target and choice, can be completely different abilities. I could have a player out there that says you are immune to targeted abilities. If 9 out of 10 kills are targeted, then you're now immune to 9 out of 10 kills in the game. Only the one that's choice is, you're not immune to that. So it seems like a subtle difference, but it's a huge difference when you factor in how much stuff is in the game that reflects back to a targeted ability. It's huge. The whole game is balanced around targeted abilities. So choice abilities, in a way, break the game's balance or ignore the game's balance. It is not to be underestimated. If you see ability that requires you to pick someone, don't underestimate the value of that. There are people out there that can fuck with you. Pardon my language. This is an adult stream. There are people out there that can mess with you if you have targeted abilities that can't mess with you if you have a choice ability. Where were we? Passives and items are the same, except items can be stolen, basically. Some abilities require you to target a specific player. This is an example of a rule that I've already read, and I'm reading again. A condition is an ongoing effect, generally negative, that is applied to a specific player. A condition might have a predetermined duration or an indefinite one. So it could be like, you have this condition for 3 days, or you have this condition indefinitely. Conditions are usually, but not always, applied as the result of an ability being used, and there's a list of conditions at the end of this post. The list of conditions used to be in the rules right here. I moved it to the bottom of special games mechanics because I thought that was a better place for it. All abilities, regardless of type, and any conditions afflicting you only function when you are in the active player pool, unless an ability or condition specifically says otherwise. None of them apply to arrested, exiled, or dead players. If you are not in the active player pool, the only things that work for you are things that specifically say they work for you. The game is for people in the active player pool. Those of you that are not in the active player pool, the game's not for you, clearly. If I recall, it's Turing complete too, whatever that means. I can tell you what that means. It's a little bit of a tangent, but yeah, MTG is Turing complete. What that means is that you can... Turing complete means... Turing is the guy who invented a computation machine, the first computer. The first computer is not what you would call a computer by modern standards, but it was a computation machine. Basically a glorified if this then that sequence. A sequence that could read if something had one value or a different value, and then perform tasks based off of that. That can't be true? What? Rubik? Sorry, Rubik, you're missing everything. He just revealed Rag's entire role. That can't be... Rubik, bro is messing with you. I did not reveal Rag's entire role. I referenced one ability in Rag's role, and I did not even reference it by Ragus Venom. You guys! Venom's not even in this game yet. How long one of my business assets? Yes, that is all I said, right? Because you're not here. You guys really shouldn't be lying to the guy who's dispensing your news. Oh, sorry. I guess I just revealed Rubik's role. No, I'm kidding. I'm lying. Rubik is not the guy dispensing your news. I am. Yes. Okay. We're getting sidetracked here. Be right back. Sending a letter to the editor. Yeah, go send a letter to the editor. He's lonely. Do you know? You know how empty the mailbag I sent him was? He got so excited when I was like, hey, guess what? For the first time ever, day one might not be empty because people can write you letters before the game begins. First time I've ever done that. The size of the mailbag is this small. Anyway, he just revealed your entire role too. No, I didn't. I didn't reveal anything you guys didn't already know. Let's see. Oh, yes, right. If at any point I need to add more rules, this is where they'll go. Sometimes I'll refer to the use or lack thereof of an activated ability costing you an action or not costing an action. This is verbiage borrowed from D&D, which, due to my day job, I'm a professional dungeon master, might slip in from time to time. If you see something like this, know that an action just means using an activated ability, and a free action, or not an action, just means doesn't cost you a use of an activated ability. Yeah, sometimes that verbiage slips into a couple of roles. just because I got tired of saying, this doesn't cost you a use of an activated ability, or whatever, over and over again. So many words. But wait, is this a lie too? It might be. This is a bastard game, bro. I told you the only place that doesn't have lies is your roll PM. Do you think I'm not willing to lie directly to the camera on stream? Because I am. Speaking of revealing people's roles, by the way, you guys, Vrondal is he is, just so you know, he is playing as the character. I'm gonna tell you his character right now. His character. I need a comic book. His character, Vro, is playing. Vro is playing this guy right here in the green robes. Do you guys see that? That's Vro's character. Spoiled. All on. That's Vro's character right there. You guys know who that is? That's Vro's character. He's a Doctor Strange villain. Why is Spider-Man fighting a Doctor Strange villain, you might ask? Well, because they teamed up, I guess. I don't know. The evil Zandu. That's his name. Zandu with an X, not a Z. Zandu finally holds the complete object in one hand, feeling a new surge of sheer power pulsating through the very fibers of his being. It's the greatest source of mystic power ever possessed by one man, and it's mine. Mine! That's Vro. There you go, you guys. I revealed Vro's role. Scoop! You guys got it scooped? Hope somebody in the newspaper, Daily Bugle staff room is listening in, because that's a scoop right there. And the fact that I revealed Vro's role immediately after I said that I was totally willing to lie to the camera, I'm sure those things are completely unrelated. I'm sure they are. Because crossovers, yeah. My plans are in shambles. I'm a crossover. Yeah, exposed. I have no reason to believe you would ever lie to me. Amber, I have lied to you before. I will probably lie to you again. But whenever possible, I will try to tell you the truth. Whenever possible. What? No way. I know. It's hard to... It's baffling. For those of you that don't know, I actually don't like lying. I'm not a fan of lying. I'm really good at it, but I don't enjoy it. It's okay. He's lied to me too. I'm still not over. I feel betrayed. When did I lie to you? Oh, I accidentally slipped something. What did I do? I forget. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Special game mechanics. Oh, yes. Okay. We're done with the rules. We're on to special game mechanics. These are several unique game mechanics designed for this game. Some of them you'll recognize from older Spider-Man Mafias. Some of them are brand new. And I'm excited to go through them all for you and tell you all the secrets. So that when I've revealed the secrets, Rubik can cry. Speaking of Rubik, you guys know I can solve a Rubik's Cube? Want to see me do it? No, nobody came to my stream to watch me solve a Rubik's Cube. Let's get back to... He's the host. He made the game. I did. I'm not just the host. I'm also the designer, the writer, the concept artist, the everything, the mod. It's astonishing. wouldn't solve it too if I had people watching. Too much pressure to perform? It has nothing to do with that. I could solve it on camera. I just decided that that would be not entertaining content for you guys to enjoy. You know, you guys came here. This is Mafia Mondays, the first Mafia Mondays, and I'm doing a frickin' Rubik's Cube. No, that can't stand. Baited. I know it baited me. Anyway, that can't stand. I'll solve it later. Got him. All right. I need to be able to push a button and have like fun graphics come up on screen. If anybody knows how to do that, let me know. I used to know how to do that. I can figure it out again. Back in the days when I ran the company of the Grey Wolf, it's a thing that you might know if you're Rag, and nobody else. The central theme of the game is origin stories. To simulate this, a lot of you will have transformational roles. Throughout the game, certain events can take place that will transform your roles into entirely new ones. Usually, you'll still be the same character, but with an extreme makeover. Keyword, usually. Sometimes these events are things you can willfully make happen. Other times, they might be completely out of your control. That's always fun when that happens. Here's a new role, completely out of your control. Most of these roles make up the many origin-aligned players in the game who, for the most part, require such a transformation before they'll be able to win. That's right, they don't have win conditions. But make no mistake, origins might be the default assumption for transformation rules, but just about anybody, and I'm going to take that word about out, anybody. Okay, I'll put the word about back in. Just about anybody could, in theory, undergo such a transformation. I think there's maybe only one person in the game who doesn't have a transformation. Maybe. What's more? Oh, you guys want a scoop? You guys want me to reveal the secrets of the game again while Rubik isn't here? Here's a scoop for you. Here's something I don't think I've told anyone anywhere ever so far about this game. You ready for it? You ready? There are two different kinds of transformational roles. Two of them. One of those kinds is kinds that are tied to specific characters. As in, you might have role A, and if you have character A, you and you alone can transform into role B. What's an example of that? You might have Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange alone has the ability to transform into Doctor Strange. That was a bad example because their names are the same. You might have Steve Rogers, and Steve Rogers alone can transform into Captain America. That is a linked transformation, a transformation linked to a character. There are also unlinked transformations that can apply to anybody or several somebodies. Scoop! There you go. Fusion Ha. Yeah, Fusion Ha. Hey, that's right. I know all about it. Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I fused? One of the people playing this game is the person I fused with. Can't wait to see Doctor Strange and that nerd from Earth 9999. Hey, it was Earth 999999. You put too many nines in there. That many nines. Shush, none of us can count. It was intentional. Yeah, sure it was. Sure it was. Counting is hard. You're right. You're right. I'll count for you, Amber. If you don't want to count, I'll count for you. Numbers are fake. Numbers is also fake. There is no numbers anymore. There is only hangry hippos. So yes, transformations. They're a big deal. And there's two types. There are linked transformations that are linked to specific characters, and there are unlinked ones. That's something to keep in mind. That means even if you're playing someone who you wouldn't in your wildest dreams believe has any possible transformation, you probably still can transform. Just so you know. If you're that poor sap that got stuck, if you're the sample role PM and you got stuck with Uncle Ben, actually I think he can't transform. He's the only one that can't. But anyone else, no matter how crazy it might sound, might have a transformation. Wait, what? That's wrong. Poor Uncle Ben? What's wrong? Uncle Ben can transform? Yeah, he can become dead. That's not a transformation into a coffin. Yep. Loss conditions. This game introduces loss conditions. Brand new mechanic for this game. Has not been in any other Spider-Man Mafia game before. A loss condition, as the name suggests, is the inverse of a win condition. If triggered, it makes you lose the game. Just the same way that when you trigger a win condition, it makes you win the game. Loss conditions trump win conditions, meaning if you have achieved your win condition but also triggered a loss condition by the time the game ends, guess what, Buttercup? You still lose. Unlike win conditions, loss conditions are not tied to alignments. Yes, win conditions are tied to alignments, as we already established. If you have one alignment, your win and you have a win condition tied to it, and someone else has your alignment as well, they have the same win condition. But loss conditions, not so. They are not tied to alignments. They are tied to your roles. Changing alignments doesn't get rid of your loss condition, but changing your role just might. I say might because it's not guaranteed. We just talked about transformations, and I told you, I revealed to you that there are two types of transformations. There are linked transformations and unlinked transformations. One of those is more likely to keep a loss condition than the other. I'll let you figure out which. But anyway, yeah, they're tied to your roles, typically. And they can be lost by swapping out roles, if you have a way to do that. The best way to avoid losing to a loss condition, though, is to avoid triggering one. But sometimes you may have no choice. In fact, I can guarantee that some people have loss conditions that they have no choice but to trigger by design. That is the whole purpose of loss conditions in this game, is to put you guys in uncomfortable positions. And some of you are going to be put in very uncomfortable positions. You will be forced to trigger a loss condition if you want to get your victory. That might sound like an oxymoron, but there are ways to get rid of loss conditions, so you know what you need to do. In that case, you'd better find some way to get out from under that noose by any means necessary. And importantly, in bold, not everyone has a loss condition. I had an interesting conversation with someone earlier today who realized they didn't have a loss condition. And when they when they realized they didn't have a loss condition, they were like, whoa, does that mean I can't lose? No, you can still lose if you don't have a loss condition. The default state is lost. You need to trigger a win condition to win, just like any other game of Mafia. And if you don't trigger a win condition, you haven't won. And if you haven't won, you've lost. Yeah, that is the default. Everybody has a loss condition that says fail your win con, you lose. Pretty much, basically. But there's, on top of that, there's extra loss conditions that result in you losing anyway, even if you've triggered your win condition. That's what the loss condition. I'll tell you when. It's got to be a good fight, otherwise the peanut gallery will get mad. My middle name is Loss Condition. Lost Condition Doll? No, Vrondal is your first name. Vrondal Lost Condition. Something. Anyway, doxing people on the internet, my favorite thing to do. No, I'm joking. That's a lie. See, I told you I lie. I tell lies. I just did. It wasn't a lie. It was a joke. It was a joke. Vrondal Lost Condition Burb. Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that for $1. Okay, so yes, we've established that you lose if you don't win. Seems silly to say that, but that's that. Yeah, we've established that you lose if you don't win, and you don't win if you don't trigger your win condition. So you need to trigger your win condition, or you've lost. But even if you triggered your win condition, if you also have triggered an extra loss condition, then you also lose. So that's what the loss conditions represent. They represent a way to take your win away from you, even if you've otherwise secured a victory. You know, you gotta be careful with them because loss conditions do trump win conditions. So they're dangerous. Some of you will have to walk through fire to get to get your win. But if you can avoid walking through fire, if you aren't outright forced to trigger a loss condition in order to win, you should try your best to avoid triggering a loss condition. That's my advice to you. Jokes can be lies. A joke is not a lie. For something to be a lie, let me tell you, I'm an authority on lying. As someone who tries always to tell the truth. For something to be a lie, it requires a couple of things. Not everything that is untrue is inherently a lie. There's context. Context always has to be established, right? If you go to a comedy club and the person gets up on stage and tells you a joke, you know, the established context is that they're going to be telling you things that are not true. If I'm running a bastard Mafia game, the established context is that I'm going to be telling you things that are untrue. You could assume that that's the case. I think for something to really count as a lie, you need to be there needs to be the implicit possibility that the person you're talking to will believe what you're saying. If that possibility doesn't exist, I don't think you're really lying. You're just saying something that's not true, or you're telling a joke, or you're being silly. You know, that's not the same thing. Here I am going on a rant about lying. Yeah, it sounds like splitting hairs. It sounds like splitting hairs, but I think it's an important hair to split. I think sometimes it's important to split hairs. Most of the time it's probably not, but sometimes I think it is. And if it's possible the person would believe it, jokes can be lies. Sure. I'll buy that for $1. All right. We've established how loss conditions can really screw you over. And you want to avoid the motivations. Motivations have been around since the very first game. In addition to your win condition, all players have a personal motivation. Your motivation is not a requirement for you to win. It's just an extra bonus quest. You might think that you have enough on your plate trying to trigger a win condition without triggering a loss condition. That's two different things or hoops you're trying to jump through. Why do you need a third? Well, you don't. You don't have to worry about the third. You can ignore your motivation entirely if you think that it's just going to get in your way. You probably should. But if you think you have a chance to get your motivation, it can help you if you do. Some motivations require you to acquire or do something, while others rely on you preventing something from happening. Some are easy to do, some are hard. No matter what your motivation is, achieving it rewards you with some kind of tangible bonus that should help make winning the game easier for you. But you should never prioritize your motivation above your actual win condition, or even even above triggering a loss condition. Really, I think. While win conditions are tied to alignments, loss conditions are tied to roles. Motivations are tied to your characters. The only way to change a motivation is to change your character, and that's not very likely in this game. possible. That's not very likely. Anyway. So, yeah. Do your motivations if you have the chance to, but ignore them if you don't. They are not required for you to win. They won't give you a win, unless you're one player specifically. They won't give you a win. They won't, they just will maybe make it easier for you to win. Player pools. Most players start the game in the active player pool. This is the default player pool. What would equate to living players in most Mafia games? Generally speaking, all rules of the game and abilities and conditions in the game are built around player pools. You must be in the active player pool to post in the game thread unless your role PM says otherwise. That's why we have 5 players who haven't posted anything even though the game started. And these are not the 5 players that have not checked in since the game started. Well, one of them is. There are 4 other pools in the game. I don't believe that. There are 3 other pools in the game. The other one's a rumor, at best. Each with their own rules for how they function. The arrested player pool is for players who have been arrested, likely as a result of having an arrest threshold and accumulating enough votes during the day to meet it. An arrested player has their assets seized, but may spend money to meet bail. See below. Their abilities are revoked, again unless otherwise specified, and can generally only interact with the game by writing to the Daily Bugle using the letters to the editor mechanic. Most players have an arrest threshold, so this is the default way to remove a player from the active player pool. A player who is arrested has their character name revealed to the public. Just their character name. That's all. Lost condition question. If after I sub in, I decide to be a jerk, will I get in trouble for purposely trying to make someone on my team trigger their lost condition? This probably won't happen, but I want the ruling on it anyway. You're wondering if you would get in trouble for trying to purposefully make someone on your team trigger their loss condition so that even when you help your team win, they'll still lose? I feel like that's probably a violation of Rule 1.2. It's definitely damn close. Rule 1.2, in case you can't see your screen for some reason, is be respectful of the mod and your fellow players. Mafia can get heated at times. Try to remember it's just a game. I would consider poor sportsman behavior to be disrespectful. So, sure, yeah. May you write the answers here as well, please, Zinger? No. What do you think? What do you think I am? The guy who writes things? Yeah, if you decide to be a jerk, then you'll be treated like someone who decided to be a jerk. Right? No, there'll be a VOD. If someone wants the answers, they can watch the stream. That's the benefit. That's the stream. The stream is there. That's what it is. The answer was that it would be, yeah, you're welcome to write down what I wrote. Go ahead. Transcribe what I wrote. What I said. Yeah, that's probably a good question. Any question that starts with, if I decide to be a jerk, ... Any question that starts with, if I decide to be a jerk, probably is a violation of Rule 1.2. I say probably because I can't be certain, but probably. Um, not everybody has a loss condition anyway, and everybody's loss condition is unique because they're tied to your rolls, not to alignments or anything like that, like win conditions are. So, you know, you would have to know the player has a loss condition, know what their loss condition is, and then after knowing those two things, know how you can push them down that path, and have the ability to do so. Not sure you could do what you're suggesting, but even if you could, it probably is a violation. 1.2. Let's see. Yes. Deceased player pool is for players who have been killed, likely as a result of a killing ability used against them, or in rare cases, having a lynch threshold. Dead players cannot interact with the game in any way, not even by writing letters to the editor, and will in all likelihood remain dead for the rest of the game. There is only one ability to return from death in this game, and at the outset, it is hidden behind an obscure role transformation. It is entirely possible it never even reveals itself. So in other words, it's entirely possible that it never becomes possible to come back from the dead. In other words, you don't want to die. Death likely is permanent. A player who is killed has their character name and alignment revealed to the public. There are a lot of people who have killing abilities in this game. There's also a lot of people with protective abilities, so that should hopefully mitigate some of the frequent deaths. But there are people who can kill, and those people will probably use those abilities. So people are going to die, and that's a thing. That said, hey, good night. Thanks for joining us. That said, those of you that do have killing abilities are not necessarily incentivized to use them all the time. In a traditional game of Mafia, you want to probably be killing every night with your Mafia night kill. I'm not sure that's the optimal play in this game. It could be, but I'm not sure that it is. So you may want to think about that if you are one of those teams or groups or whatever that can kill people. Tea Party epistemology in the background. Well, you know what? Anyway, we live in a society. We put people in jail. We don't kill them. Exile player pool is sort of in between the above two. It is like death. It completely removes you from the game without a chance for bail, but it is slightly easier to return from exile than death. There are more abilities that say come back from exile than there are that say come back from death, that's for sure. You can still send letters to the editor from the exile as well. So there's that. Becoming exiled could be the result of an ability or an exile threshold. A player who is exiled has nothing revealed to the public. And finally, the fifth player pool. It's called the unknown player pool. It's for players who are not in any of the other ones. Players with an S. I should say player. There's one player in that pool, and for all we know, that's exactly the way it's going to stay. The player who is not in the other pools, and not in any of the other pools, is in the unknown player pool. It's really unclear how anyone can get into or out of this pool. Some say it doesn't even exist, and I really can't tell you what rules govern this player pool, if any. It is a weird pool that defies. I died inside multiple times. Hey, people died in that game. Yeah, people did die. It's true. It's true. All right. Let's get through these last few mechanics, and then let's talk about Freddy's role. That's what you're all waiting for, right? Bail. Money. Bail. If you are arrested, you can pay bail to get out of the arrested player pool. You can do this during the day, not during the night, unless you're Freddy. You can pay your bail. You can pay your bail during the day, or have someone else pay your bail during the day. How much you have to pay will be determined based off of this calculation. The calculation is right here. 1,000 times C, 5,000 times S, 10,000 times M, 15,000 times T, and then plus X and Y. What do those letters mean? Well, they mean different things for different people. C is the number of petty crimes you've committed, defined as being hostile actions taken against another player. S is the number of corporate shares you hold. That's right. If you're carrying a bunch of corporate shares around, well, you're going to be expected to pay a higher rate of bail. M is the number of murders you have committed. You start killing people, you're going to have a higher bail. And T is equal to 1 if you are a threat to the town, and 0 if you're not. X is a random value, and Y is a fixed but unknown value. That's the calculation. So you get these calculations, and they determine your bail. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find a button on my. Hello? I was just checking to see if I could use that button. I regret nothing. Allegedly. Allegedly. I love that word. Is Y the same for everyone, or does everyone have different Ys? Everyone has different Ys. Y is literally the same for nobody. Nobody has the same value for Y. Money makes its triumphant return in this game. The last Spider-Man Mafia game didn't have this mechanic. It also didn't need it. But those of you who remember Hobgoblins of Spider-Man Mafia 2 should remember this. Money is a spendable resource in the game. Most players have varying amounts of money available to them. Some have a lot. Some have a lot. Some have a lot. And some have very little. The primary use of money is to bail yourself out of jail or to buy corporate shares. That being said, you can use money for a number of other uses. Some abilities require you to spend money, or you can bribe players with money to get them to do whatever they're willing to agree to do for the negotiated price. You can want to buy someone's vote, throw money at them. They'll probably sell it to you. Money can be freely given to other players in the active player pool at any time during the day, as long as you don't have more votes against you than anybody else. Or tied for the most. And the game is not in a lynch or lose scenario. Transfer funds by sending a message to the game moderator. A transfer fee of 5% will be removed from the funds transferred. Somebody asked me if there's a minimum. I said no, but there's a transfer fee of 5%. And that transfer fee is going to take off no less than $5 off of what you send. So $5 is the minimum the transfer fee can be. So $5 is 5% of 100, which would suggest that the minimum you can send is $100. But that's not true. You can send less than $100, but you'll just get charged as if it was $100 anyway. So by that metric, I guess the absolute minimum you can send is $6 because the minimum fee will be $5, and it'll take $5 off, and then if you send $6, there'll be $1 left, which is the minimum that can be deposited into someone's account. So there you have it. That's the answer to that question. Large games scare the shit out of me. Yeah. Well, this is a game that is large by large game standards. Is not following through with what you agreed to in a bribe allowed? Absolutely. If someone pays you before you do the thing you promised to do, you don't have to follow through on that. Unless there's a game mechanic involved. Like, you might have an ability that says you can accept money for doing this ability. And then if there's a game mechanic involved, and it's not just he said, she said, whatever, then that might be the case. But if someone's just saying, hey, can you please, vote this person for me, and I'll pay you 100 gold or money or whatever. Well, they they don't have to follow through. There's no person. I mean, if you take their money and you don't do it, they they'll know. But there's nobody stopping you from doing that. I think I only played in one game with DW on Bulba. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's see. Money can be freely given to other players. We established that already. Oh yeah, you may attach a personal private message, up to 500 characters, sent along with the money transfer if you wish. So in this way, you can use transfer funds to send private messages to players. That's new. I didn't have that in the Spider-Man Mafia 2. You want to contact someone that you don't have. You want to contact KOD privately, and you don't have access to whatever Discord chats he's in, if any. Well, you can send him money along with a message, and that'll get the ball rolling. Corporations and the stock exchange. A corporation is a for-profit. Yeah, I don't need to read that bit. That's just me ranting about how much I hate evil corporations. that whole paragraph right there that I just highlighted is not even. It's not even game relevant. It's just me ranting about capitalism, how I hate it. This is where the rules start. There are 5 corporations in this game. What the fuck? Oh my god, what do you want from me? I'm a simple person. What are you guys arguing in the Discord for? There, I'm going to ignore it and keep reading. There are 5 corporations. 2 are publicly traded corporations, and 2 are privately traded corporations. These are things in the game that you can buy, and they grant you benefits for having them. That's what that's. Don't let big words like public traded corporations scare you. It's just a thing you can spend your resource of money on to get another thing that you can then do. That's it. Corporate shares of each of these 4 corporations are traded daily on the stock exchange, and owning at least one share makes you a member of it and eligible for its benefits. The 5th corporation is a privately owned company and is not traded on the stock exchange at all. Membership in this company is automatically granted to players of a certain wealth bracket. You could also call these evil rich people the 1%. How much money you need to get into that 5th company? The 5th company is a Century Club. And how much money you need to have to be invited into the Century Club? Well, there are players in the game who know what that number is. And if they want to tell you, they will. And if they'd rather you not know how much money you need to get into that club, then they won't. And that's up to them. If you promise to fight me in Tellstones, I'll play you in Tellstones eventually, KOD. I will. But obviously I couldn't do it today. I mean, look at what I'm stuck doing today. It's 2 a.m. and I'm still I have 14 messages I need to 14 messages I need to go through after the stream is done, and the stream's not even done, so I'm not sleeping tonight. It's okay. It's okay. It's worth it. Let's see. People are paying me money to run Mafia games, so of course it's worth it. The corporations are the Daily Bugle. Daily Bugle is New York's finest tabloid newspaper, most well known for its fiercely negative opinion of the city's infamous wall-crawling superhero. It is run by the tyrannical publisher John Jonah Jameson Jr. That's right. He's a junior, you guys. Did you know that? People call him JJJ, Triple J for John Jonah Jameson, but it's actually Quadruple J. John Jonah Jameson Jr. There's 4 J's. John Jonah Jameson Sr. is his father. So, you know. Anyway, publisher John Jonah Jameson Jr. And its Indiana Jones reference, and its more reasonable editor-in-chief Joe Robbie Robertson. Each morning, a new edition hits the streets of New York, bringing the facts of today's happenings to the news-hungry readers. The Daily Bugle is a publicly traded corporation. Shares cost $1,000 apiece. Holding at least one share in the Daily Bugle guarantees that letters to the editor written by you must be included in the following issue of the paper, as long as they aren't anonymous. That's right. We'll get to that. You can make your letters anonymous, and if they're anonymous, well, then they have no way of knowing that you have a share. But if they're not anonymous, it'll be like, yeah, you have to include this. The person has a share. Being the majority shareholder, meaning you have 51% or more, or even 50.5%, gives you unfettered access to the Daily Bugle offices, which might be a private Discord space, and gives you the power to fire the current publisher as an activated ability, replacing them with a new publisher handpicked by you. Could even pick yourself. So if you don't like the way John Jonah Jameson Jr. is running the Daily Bugle and you think you could do a better job, well, you can fire him if you were the majority shareholder. It's just a thing you can do. And then he won't have to write editorials anymore for the Daily Bugle, but he'll still probably hate Spider-Man. I should have mailed it to the Marx Brothers. Yes. Junior. Did anybody else see Indiana Jones 5? I loved it. I thought it was great. A lot of people didn't, but they can go screw themselves. You know. I'm allowed to like what I want. And if I want to like the fifth Indiana Jones film, kind of sad how they wrote off Mutt. Well, you know, a lot of people didn't like Mutt, and they had no intentions of bringing Shia LaBeouf back. So, given that Mutt was never going to come on screen, I think it almost in a weird way it redeems the character. A lot of people didn't like the character, and now it's like, well, the way they wrote him off is kind of heroic, sort of. And ironically, I don't know how much you know about Indiana Jones outside of the movies, but that is exactly what Indy did. Against his father's wishes, he went and signed up and joined and fought in World War I. That's part of Indiana Jones's canon. Against his father's wishes, he left school, he ran away, and he when he was only 17, he faked his age and signed up to fight in World War I. And most of his World War I adventures are viewable in the Young Adventures of Indiana Jones, which is actually pretty good. How very Steve Rogers of him. Yeah. 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 Steve Rogers fought in World War II, though, not World War I. I mean, Indiana Jones fought in World War II as well. Indiana Jones... Henry Jones Jr. fought in both World War I and World War II. Fun fact. And then he got really upset at his kid for wanting to fight in the Vietnam War. Yeah, you know, spoilers. Go watch the movie if you haven't seen it yet. Where were we? Yeah. Fisk Industries. Fisk Industries is a perfectly legitimate business run by the independently wealthy, self-made millionaire philanthropist Wilson Fisk. Don't be fooled by the rumors. That's just Fisk's business rivals trying to sully his good name by spreading unfounded propaganda. Fisk is actually an all-around nice guy with a warm smile, a generous checkbook, and who gives killer bear hugs. Who wouldn't want to be associated with a swell guy like that? This publicly traded corporation is run by President and CEO Wilson Fisk and his right-hand man, VP James Wesley. Shares go for $10,000 a piece on the exchange, a hefty sum for sure, but one that promises a good return on investment. Holding at least one share Fisk Industries earns you a proportionate share of the company's profits every day. While being the majority shareholder, puts Fisk's best lawyers to work for you, ensuring you can still use most of your abilities in the event you become arrested. How cool is that? Or you could just be, like Freddy and say, I don't need to use abilities while I'm arrested. I'll just pay my bail and get out. KOD has beaten me, I think, 5 out of the 8 games we played. I beat him once. We got a draw once. And we got a stalemate once. I consider the stalemate sort of like a moral victory because I forced the stalemate against his wishes, But so that felt like a win, even though it wasn't, but yeah, I beat him once. We got a stalemate once and a draw once, and he won the rest of the games we played. He's pretty good at chess. And even despite being pretty good at chess, even he had no idea that you couldn't do a castle if at any point in the move your king passes through what would be check. Not if your king, your king's not in check, and where he will end up, he won't be in check. But the space he's going to move through would put him in check for a fraction of a second of the turn. You're not allowed to castle in that case. I had no idea. Learned that mid-game we learned it because of the freaking... Yeah, anyway. Pissed me off. I thought I could castle. I didn't know. Anyway. Anyway, let's finish this thing here so we can all gawk at Freddy's Roll PM. Using all of your abilities when you're arrested is most. It says most of your abilities while you're arrested. That's pretty good. Oscorp, also known as Oscorp Industries, Electronics Manufacturing Corporation, Chemical Company, and a slew of other names, is an American multinational megacorporation run by billionaire industrialist Norman Osborn. That's billion with a B. It was founded by Norman and his former mentor, Dr. Mendel Strom, starting as a chemical company, but quickly branching out into military weapons contracts and other incredibly lucrative, though ethically dubious endeavors. Oscorp is a privately traded corporation, and as such, the benefits of its shares are known only to its shareholders. The average price its shares usually sell for is around $15,000, but of course shareholders can part with their shares for whatever price they wish because they're private. Roxxon Energy Corporation is a massive petroleum company run by various owners. Roxxon is the world's largest conglomerate, but despite its size, its reputation leaves something to be desired. The company is notorious for its determination to make massive profits, regardless of laws or moral principles it has to violate to do so. And it continually covertly uses unethical and illegal means to increase its profits. Roxxon's a privately traded corporation. Shares are usually $5,000, though shareholders may choose to sell for whatever price they wish, and the benefits are known only to shareholders. Finally, we have, as I've mentioned, the Century Club, a high-class social gathering spot for New York's wealthy elite, whatever your flavor of that word may be. Unlike other corporations on the list, it's not traded on the stock exchange. Membership is either granted or revoked based on your wealth bracket. Get enough money, you get into the Century Club. That's simple as that. How much money is enough money? Well, ask someone who's already a member. Publicly and privately traded corporations each start with 10 corporate shares. That's right. There are 10 corporate shares already in the hands of select characters. But new shares are generated as the game progresses. Publicly traded corporations generate a new share the first time someone tries to buy one from the stock exchange each day. Privately traded corporations generate a new share automatically at the start of each day, gained by the current majority shareholder. And you're considered a shareholder if you hold at least 51% of the shares on the exchange. If there's no majority shareholder in a private company, the free share is given to whoever has the most, or randomly selected among those tied with the most shares. And in addition to the aforementioned benefits of being shareholders in the majority shareholder in these corporations. Every one of them, if you're the majority shareholder, you get a corporate vote, which is a bonus vote. You may cast a bonus vote on behalf of the corporation in which you're a majority shareholder. Multiple instances of corporate vote from different corporations stack. You think I need to make a game with a code or something? I am no good at coding. I'm a great writer. If somebody knows code and wants to team up with me to make a coded game, you know, that's possible. But I would need someone to be like, I know code. You're a great writer. Let's work together and make something. You know. Thank you. Fro just said I am a great writer. Thank you. I appreciate that. The imposter syndrome is real. Stock exchange. So, the stock exchange, long story short, I'm not going to read it all. I'm just going to summarize. Long story short, the stock exchange opens after the Daily Bugle issue hits the stands each day, which happens. The editor-in-chief has to submit his final draft within the first 24 hours of a day. So you got the first 24 hours of a day. In that time, at some point, I'll get a draft from him, final draft from him or her. And at the end of those, which most likely will probably come closer to the end of those 24 hours, I'm assuming, because it takes time to write. But so you gotta wait. Probably gotta wait at least 24 hours to get your first issue of the Daily Bugle each day. But then shortly after that, so probably around the, let's say, as a good estimate, probably around the 28 to 30 hour mark into a day, you'll get an issue of the Daily Bugle, which will contain all kinds of useful information, probably. And after that hits the stands, the stock exchange opens for the rest of the day. While the stock exchange is open, any player in the active player pool can attempt to buy corporate shares from the exchange exactly once during the day. This is not an ability. You do so by sending the mod a PM saying which corporation you want to buy and how many shares. You can only pick one corporation, but you can buy multiple shares at a time. If there's an open public share, you'll get that one, which happens if you're the first person trying to buy a public share in a day. After that, or if in the case of private shares, the people who hold the shares will be told publicly that you're looking to buy shares, and this is the price you're offering. And they get to decide if they're going to accept your price or turn it down. It's up to them if they want to sell, unless an ability was used that forces them. Now, public shares always sell at the same price, unless you're Norman Osborn, and private shares sell at whatever price you guys can agree to, unless you're Norman Osborn. So that's the way that works. If a player with corporate shares is removed from the active player pool, the bank seizes their assets. If a player doesn't return to the active player pool before the stock exchange opens the following day, their shares will be put up for auction. I should clarify, that should be removed with a capital R. That is removed as in voted out, like breached their threshold, like they were arrested or exiled because they had an exile threshold, or lynched because they had a lynch threshold. If a player leaves the active player pool under other circumstances, the bank won't be so quick necessarily to seize their assets. But when someone's voted out, as in, like they have a threshold and that threshold was reached because we voted for them, then yeah, the bank's going to steal your assets if you don't come back the next day. And they're going to auction that shit off. Letters to the editor, my favorite part. Without a doubt, the mod's favorite game mechanic is, of course, yes, I love this mechanic, going to be featured again Let's be honest, in no small part thanks to the willful participation of one player in particular. Oh, look. What the heck does that mean? I don't know. It's almost as if this is telling you something about the identity of that person. um, uh, uh, we stand for Rubik. Hit the filter. I don't know. Maybe it's Rubik. Could be Rubik. Might not be Rubik. Who knows? Once per day, any living, active, arrested, or exiled player may write a letter to the editor of the Daily Eagle. What you include in this letter is entirely up to you. When you send the letter to the mod by PM, identify if you'd like the letter to be signed by your character name or if you'd rather remain anonymous. The editor can decide to include your letter in the following edition of the paper, or they may not. Notably, and this part is new to the game, you can include a money tip, bribe, to the editor along with your letter. Doing so does not incur the normal money transfer fees. It doesn't say it so. It doesn't say here, but historically speaking, in previous versions of the game, the editor didn't just have the power to decide what to include and what not to include. They also had the power to selectively make edits of the things they do include. So, don't be surprised if you fill your letter with swears and the editor-in-chief is like, yeah, I'm going to censor that out. That's literally their job, is to, make sure that the content of the newspaper is respectable. So, anyway. Communal abilities. Hey, we're almost at the bottom, you guys. Communal abilities. As I said, communal abilities are shared abilities everyone in the active player pool has access to. You may elect to use them instead of your own abilities if you wish. They are not inherently considered yours. They're everyone's. So if you somehow lose all your abilities, you can still use communal abilities. Using a communal ability counts against your limit of activated abilities per day or night. And then there's a list of communal abilities. Those are Big Lebowski, Burning the Midnight Oil, as we said earlier, is what lets you post in the game thread at night. Big Lebowski lets you track a target player. That's right. Anyone can track anyone. So, the typical Mafia role of the tracker, which is a role that lets you learn who somebody targeted that night, rather than learning their alignment like other investigation roles. That's something anyone can do. That's a common communal ability. All 29 of you, or 26 of you that are in the active player pool, can track somebody else every night if you want to. Of course, that would be pretty boring if everyone only tracked. Not gonna lie, I feel like I could listen to Zinger talk for hours. His voice is great, very calming yet clear. Wow. Gee. Aww. He does have a very good voice for this kind of thing. Jesus. You guys. And gals. I don't know what to say to that. I appreciate that tremendously. Really. You have no idea. I used to stream on Twitch regularly, actually. I stopped after I had a falling out with the people that I was regularly streaming with, and some of them decided to go on Twitter and try to weaponize cancel culture against me, basically. They went and said that I was all kinds of really, really hurtful things, and it really damaged my mental health for a long time after that. I went years without streaming after that happened. And then just this year I've been slowly trying to start streaming again. This was like 2 or 3 years ago that this happened. So yeah, it was a big thing. It affected me a lot. So anyway, that long story short, I'm super self-conscious about streaming because of that, and hearing you guys say that you can listen to me talk for hours is, wow, it's really nice. I also am I don't know if you can tell, but I also am autistic, and autism as a um, part of being autistic means it is sometimes difficult to enunciate, uh, sometimes difficult to get your point across, sometimes difficult to speak with clarity. Um, uh, Typically, if I am speaking with clarity, it means I am working hard at it to get there. um, so it really I can't emphasize enough how nice it is to see you say that. Hang on. Let me do this. Do this. Let me do this. And let me do this. Let me just. Where's the I am very happy stuff? There. All of the hearts. There. Anyway, thank you for that, you guys. um, Big Lebowski. Anyone can track anyone. Now I'm blushing. Anyone can track anyone. It is a communal ability. Anyone can do it. So everyone has access to a tiny bit of investigative prowess. Mind you, in this game, in a game this big and a game this complex, tracking someone to learn who their targets are is not necessarily the optimal thing for most people to do. There are you can already assume that if everyone can track, then the players who will have roles that are dedicated trackers are going to track better than everybody else, and that is true. If everyone has access to a communal investigative ability, then those roles that are supposed to be investigative roles, by comparison, have even better investigative abilities. So it falls to those players that have those awesome investigative roles to really take advantage of that. But anyone can do it, even if you're not the best tracker in the game. You can still Big Lebowski somebody. You can still talk at night with Burning the Midnight Oil. Escape Handcuffs is a fun one. Escape Handcuffs takes the 2 most recent votes against you off. And you'll note it doesn't say standard votes. Any votes. Standard, bonus, secret. Just takes the 2 most recent votes against you off. The people who put those votes can probably put them right back on you if they're around to do so. But, so it's not necessarily the most effective way to spend your activated ability. But if you're in a pinch, and you need to get out of those handcuffs, the 2 votes can put you away from hammer range. So this ability doesn't work in the last 4 hours of a deadline, though. So no 10 minutes left on the clock before the day ends, and you're going to remove 2 votes to try to save yourself. That doesn't fly. The last 4 hours, you can't escape handcuffs. It's only before that. So handy, but maybe not. As 5 moves is too many moves. I barely think about one I'm currently making. Oh, you're talking about chess. Yeah. Thinking 5 moves ahead is really difficult. Insider trading. Force target player to sell public corporate shares they own if an interested party attempts to buy for the rest of the day. If multiple buyers attempt to buy, they can still choose who to sell to. Yeah, so if someone's hoarding public shares, you can force them to get rid of them. It's handy. Jump the gun. Target player becomes role blocked until the end of the day. Just like everyone can be a tracker, everyone can be a role blocker, but only in the daytime. There are people that can role block at night, but as a role blocking during the day is far less useful than role blocking at night. At night is when the Mafia, do their kills and shit. Like the bad stuff happens to good people at night. So the ability to role block at night is more powerful than the ability to role block during the day, because the abilities used at night are generally more powerful. But anyone can role block someone during the day, and so that's sometimes going to be might be a good idea. I don't know. I mean, there's some players that are immune to the role block condition, like Freddy. Rumor mill. I'm just going to skip over that because we're going to talk about rumors in more detail in a second. Learn something interesting. Take aim. The next time you vote today, your vote is worth 50% more than its traditional value. You just need to, you want to hit someone a little harder than you can? Well, take aim does that for you. Wisecrack. Target player becomes distracted until the end of the day or night. Distracted is, role blocked and tracking are pretty standard Mafia terms, but distracted is not. So we'll cover what that does when we go to conditions in a second. Basically, it means you have a chance to fail an ability that you use. Rumor mills. Okay, so the rumor mill communal ability lets you learn something interesting. So the story goes, this is a fun mechanic that promises a chance at helping you solve the game, which is this fun mechanic that promises a chance at helping you solve the game has existed since the second Spider-Man Mafia game, but in that game it was not used more than once or twice at the most, I think. All that changed in the third game, where my list of 30 rumors ran out on day 5. This game, the rumors make their return, and I am more than prepared. I have a list of over 100 rumors for this game ready to go. Rumors come in 4 types: true and helpful, true but useless, false but harmless, or false and misleading, or harmful. All rumors are one of those 4 types. So using a rumor mill is always a gamble. You could learn something that helps you, yes, that is true, but you also can learn things that are either not helpful or not true, or both. Now, pardon my yawn, the odds do slightly favor rolling a helpful rumor. It is supposedly you have a higher chance of rolling this than you do of rolling the other 3. And that's only fair because you did spend an ability activation to get that after all. Nobody likes spending their limited resource to get something useless. So yeah, the odds do slightly favor that. But don't let that lull you into a false sense of security, because there are bad ones that you can get, even if they're less likely. Yeah. Just keep in mind that when choosing what rumors to believe in and which ones to throw away, if something seems too good to be true, well, it probably is. Just ask Xlight. Oh boy, look at this, you guys. Look at that. Just look at that. Everyone wants to talk to me. Zinger, I hope you know how much power you've put into my hands. Rumor mills. Yeah, I think I do. Yeah. Yeah, I remember what I gave you for rumor mills. That's pretty balanced, Amber. That's pretty balanced. Your ability regarding rumor mills is pretty balanced, I think. I was proud of the way I did that. Amber has an ability that involves rumor mills, confirmed. Either that, or Amber's lying and I'm playing along to support her fake claim. Which is it? Let's see. Yeah, so rumor mills are great, yes. And there's a lot of them this game. some of them have some great secrets. But it's for you to find out. Lastly, conditions. As we already talked about what a condition is. A condition is an effect, ongoing, generally negative, might be predetermined duration or an indefinite one. They're usually applied as a result of an ability, but not always. And here is a list of publicly known conditions. There are hidden conditions, of course, that are not in this list, but maybe. Yeah, that's anyway. Here's lists. Distracted. We are targeting abilities. Remember how we were talking about how targeting abilities versus a choice ability is such a big difference? Well, already we're seeing how that is true. Targeting abilities have a 30% chance of failure. So it's just like almost a role blocking, but not full role blocking. Grief-stricken. While you have this condition, you lose all of your abilities except item abilities. Gone. Your passive abilities are suppressed. That's what poison does. It knocks out your passive abilities. Activated in items are unaffected. Protected. This one's a good one. The first attempt to kill you in a day or night will fail. Multiple instances of this condition stack. So it protects you from the first attempt only. Second attempt will go through, unless you have another instance of protected. Role blocked. You may not use activated abilities. Passive and items are unaffected. Silenced. You may not post in the game thread except to use abilities that require it, such as voting. You'll note that it says game thread, so if you're silenced, in theory, you can still talk in Discord. Interesting. Strengthened. When you make, votes you make are doubled in value, and kills you make pierce one layer of protection. Double whammy that strengthened condition. Power. Target locked condition. This one's not very common. Very few people can target lock you. But it does exist. You may only vote for and target whichever player you voted for or targeted last. So depending on when this is put on, it locks you in on that person. Tracked. The player who is tracking you will be told if you use a targeting ability and who your targets were. Vote blocked. You may not cast standard votes. Bonus or secret votes are unaffected. This is potentially controversial. I have a little rule tip that explains down here. It says you may not cast standard votes. Doesn't say you cannot have a standard vote out. It just says you can't cast them. It doesn't get rid of your standard vote. It doesn't say you lose your standard vote ability. It just says you can't cast them. So I added a rule tip in here for clarification. You might note that in the case of the vote block, it doesn't actually remove your standard vote from play. It just prevents you from casting it. This is a relevant distinction because the number of standard votes affects majority in thresholds, and I didn't want the condition to change the value of majority on the fly. And yes, this does mean if you apply vote block to someone who already voted, well, you're just preventing them from voting again. They can leave their vote where it is, and it's fine. It does not erase their vote, which I think is not how vote blockers work in traditional instances of Mafia, but it is how I'm treating it here. That said, there are conditions that will suppress or make you lose your voting ability entirely. Grief-stricken and poisoned. These would absolutely remove your active votes and change the value of majority if applied midday. Lastly, we have weakened. Votes you made it's the opposite of strengthened. Votes you made are halved in value, and kills against you pierce one layer of protection. Cool, look at that. That took us 2 hours? I feel like we started really reading that around 12:30. Mind you, I got distracted a lot. I engaged with you guys a lot as opposed to just plowing through. So it's not a It can read about 7.47 moves ahead if it's given 30 minutes to read. Oh, you guys are still talking about chess. Okay. I thought you were talking about my ability to read the rules. The stream's been going for almost 4 hours. Yeah, it has. And it's been maintaining. Well, now it's got 6 viewers. That's astonishing, Wow. I'm thrilled that you guys are enjoying just listening to me talk about the things that you already know about in the game. I guess I have been revealing the odd spoiler. So scoop. Um, let's see. All right. Let's keep going. And we got the game status page, very important. You may want to consider bookmarking this post. It has the current deadline. Look at this. There is a working countdown timer. You have 4 days, guys, to finish the first day of the game in 2 hours. There's no vote count. Stock exchange closed. Did you guys know that it shows you who the majority shareholders are? Did you know that? They're right here. J. Jonah Jameson Jr. is the majority shareholder. All those J's stand for... We're just hanging out. Yeah, we are just hanging out. That's right, Amber. Ongoing events. The game has begun. There are no ongoing events. And look at all these players. 26 players. Okay, there's 24 players, but there's, one of them's counted 3 times. And then we got poor Lane, who's arrested with a huge bail amount. But I don't feel bad. I don't feel that bad for them. Then we got 3 exile players. Poof. 3 exile players. What the hell happened? What? And yeah, we got 26 players, 24, but one's counted 3 times. 1 arrested player, 3 exile players, and then we got 5 replacement players. And then we got the thread links, which are all the way down here. But you can navigate to them quickly using fun trick. I put this quick jump thing at the top here. If you want to get the detailed thread links are in post number 3, right? At the bottom of post 3. So if you don't want to do all that scrolling, when you come to the front page, all you have to do is click this button right here. It brings you right down, and then all the detailed thread links are going to be here. Simple. And then we got the sample roll PM. Very important. Uncle Ben. Look at that guy. Gosh, Uncle Ben, you're worse than a room full of alarm clocks. Doesn't he look like he's worse than a room full of alarm clocks? Look at that guy. He's a loving husband, uncle, important plot device. He needs to die so the story can happen. He's got some backstory, some win condition, motivation. Look, he doesn't have a loss condition. An arrest threshold. Guess he can be arrested if he's got an arrest threshold. Oh, he does have exactly 3 abilities. I thought earlier I said I lied to you guys. Well, I was incorrect. I said even the sample roll PM doesn't have the bare minimum, but he does. Interesting. You guys can... I don't need to read Uncle Ben's roll PM to you. Do you guys want me to read Uncle Ben's roll PM to you? Yes, no, maybe so. I'm not going to read roll. I'll skip over. You guys, if you want to read... His roll PM's not very long. If you want to read his roll PM, you can read it yourselves. It's all there. Unfortunately, he won't live long enough to see it happen. Gameplay tips. Okay. So there's some gameplay tips here. If you haven't read them, this one here says that this is a very high-powered game. Some of you possess abilities strong enough to take other players completely out of the game very quickly, which is not fair given how long they waited. Out of courtesy for how long everyone waited, I am asking everyone to refrain from firing off big guns in the first 24 hours of the start of the game. Thanks. By big guns, I mean anything that might limit a player's ability to interact with the game, including but not limited to things that kill, things that exile, things that roadblock, silence, or target lock, etc. Yeah, this is just, be nice. Where was that countdown? "24 hours into the start of the day is what was it? When did the day start? 9 p.m. It's like 3, 5 almost 6 hours ago. So when this says 3 days and 8 hours remain, that's when the soft ban on big guns comes off. 3 days and 8 hours comes off. You'll probably get a Daily Bugle around the same time. So that'll be when the soft ban comes off on big guns. Central theme of the game is origin stories. To represent this, many of you have transformational roles, blah, 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 blah. Yes. This has the potential to be extremely frustrating if you're not expecting a change. So I encourage you to expect it. Expect the rug to be pulled out from under you at any point and find yourself playing with different abilities or for a different team. And be ready to roll with those punches. You might get screwed because your former ally is now playing for the other team and they out you. You could get screwed. But that doesn't mean you're destined to lose necessarily, because you could also switch and start playing for the other team, maybe, right? So even if you get screwed in that way, you might have another. I have doubts everyone will be coordinated enough. Wonder if we can get everyone to with a gun to collectively fire them off at the 24-hour mark. It's sleep time, I think. Rubik, rest well. Hang on. Before Rubik goes to bed, hang on. Let me look at the messages Rubik sent me specifically. How do you... There's some... Cool. Yeah, jeez. Jeez. Aw, jeez. Aw, jeez. Okay. Sorry about that, you guys. Paying attention to messages because I wanted to get Rubik a reply before he went to bed. We need some good. You're right. If I'm doing weekly streams, I definitely need to get like graphics and I need to get like background music. As soothing as my voice is, you know there's definitely needs to be more than just my voice um, in the stream for sure. There are royalty free musics that I can put on as background music, and I can figure that shit out. I just right now, obviously, I'm focused on running this game, and that is the big cojones, so to speak. Look, I got 3 new follows. Thanks for the follows, you guys. Whoever's following. All kinds of Mafia Mondays, Amazing Fantasy, a Spider-Man Mafia prequel goes live by Zinger 2099's Paranoia Paradise Patreon. That's not a mouthful at all. Start a prediction, manage a poll, sub-only chat, run an ad break. I can run an ad break? Clip that. Edit stream, raid channel, start guest star. I haven't streamed on Twitch in like 2 years. All this stuff is new. Run an ad break. I'm tempted to click that just to see what happens. I should have ran an ad break while I was responding to Rubik. Next time I need to respond to someone, I will press that button and see what happens. I've been, yeah. You know what? I've earned some goodwill. I've been streaming for 4 hours. If this pisses some people off, then so be it. I'm gonna press this button. I really want to see what happens. Click. 1 minute remaining. Pre-roll ads are disabled for 21 minutes. It says there's an ad. I immediately dropped from 6 to 5 viewers. Do you guys see me? I don't see an ad when I'm looking at my screen. Do you guys see an ad? I clicked the button. Oh, my browser without ad block. I do. On my surprising, absolutely no one except Zinger. An ad is not rolling. That's hilarious. Well, the ad is complete, so we should be back now. I had no idea how that worked. I wanted to try it. On the browser with it, I see your camera and screen still, except the sound is muted. I see. But you can hear me now, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course you can. The ad's over. That's neat. Okay, so I can run ads. Presumably, have you guys seen any ads during this entire stream? Like, did it like auto roll ads or anything like that? Or was that the first ad? You have not. Okay. Yeah. Fascinating. That's all interesting stuff. All right. You guys have waited a long time. And some people have gone to bed. Is D still up? Rule tip number 3. Game rewards critical thinkers. So, trying to think critically. Rule tip number 4, don't be afraid to ask questions. And if you see what you think is a mistake, point it out. Freddie already did this and caught a mistake, so it's good that he did. and try to have fun. Basically it. You can ignore this. That's irrelevant. And what is all this? I don't know what that is. There you go. There's the day start post. You're playing Telstones with KOD, but yes. Okay, well, if you want to see Freddy's roll, I will show you Freddy's roll. Sleep. Yes, let's look at the Green Goblin. I mean, Norman Osborn. He's not the Green Goblin. Let's click refresh. All right, I need to hide this for a second. Okay, good. Turn that off, and then I can go here. All right. Okay. Interesting. And then click here. And then I should be good to turn this back on. Okay. Oh fuck, it's already 3 a.m. All right, we're gonna look at we're gonna look at Freddy's Roll PM. Then we're gonna stop there because it's 3 a.m. and I need to stop. I wanted to try to get through all of the first page, but we got through enough. You know, we talked about first of all, we talked about what Mafia game is. If anyone didn't understand what that is, we covered that at the the very basics of what a Mafia game is in the very beginning of the stream. I talked about my Patreon. I showed what the tiers are and talked a little bit about what the plans were for it going forward. I gave a brief description of how I've been running Games of Mafia for 15 years, and I talked about the 3 Spider-Man Mafia games I ran before this. And then we did a detailed read of the first 3 posts of the game thread. Yeah, 4 or 5 posts. We got like 4 or 5 posts in. And that's where we're gonna stop. This is a weekly thing, Mafia Mondays. It won't always be 4 hours long. My aim is to make them 90 minutes long. Might go a little longer than that, because clearly there's a demand for it. But yeah, we'll start at 11 p.m. Eastern time and go till 1, until 12:30 or 1. And we'll do this weekly. What we'll cover each week will be different. I might review the ongoing Spider-Man Mafia game. I might do commentary on the previous Spider-Man Mafia games. I might do commentary on other games. I might try to see if I can run a live game of Mafia over Twitch. So there's all kinds of things we're gonna do. I'm gonna, but I don't exactly know what it's all gonna be yet. But every week at around this time, maybe not at this time, but earlier, we're gonna run a weekly Mafia Twitch stream, and it would bring me no amount of joy if you would all join me. The 4th entire Roll PM exposed this stream. The 4th entire Roll PM is, the rest of y'all don't know what you're missing. So much hate. That's right. Shaking my head. I always read that as so much hate, but it's shaking my head. That's what SMH stands for. Let's see. By the way, you said near the start of the stream you accidentally showed something for a second. Oh, thanks for telling me that, Rag. Yes, that's right. I did actually accidentally show something for a fraction of a second. If there's a VOD, I should edit that out. Thank you. That's a good point. I will try to figure out how to do that. Anyway, here we have it. What better way to end the stream? We're going to show off Freddy's Roll PM. Yep. Can you imagine that? A game mod is just launched a game he's been planning for years, and he he shares one of the biggest role PMs with everyone. It's just wild. It's just wild. Of course, I planned it that way, but it's wild. Anyway, so here we have it. Amazing Fantasy, a Green Goblin Mafia prequel introducing the Green Goblin. I'm really proud of this fake banner I made. Obviously, it's a parody of the real one, but it's hilarious. Welcome to Amazing Fantasy, Spider-Man's crossed out, Green Goblin Mafia prequel. You are. I wonder who he's going to be. I'm on the edge of my seat trying to figure it out. You guys have any idea whose role we might be about to look at? You don't know what you're missing. Magic is happening. Glorious unfettered magic. Well, good for you, KOD. Good for you. Suddenly my office is the place for young people to gather. Norman Virgil Osborne, billionaire philanthropist and something of a scientist. He is something of a scientist himself. Yes. My name is Norman Osborne. This is my office you trashed and my people you smacked around. Would you like to have a drink and talk about it? That's a quote from Norman Osborne. As is, I'm something of a scientist myself, depending on the version. Fun fact. Norman Osborn's been in every single version of Spider-Man Mafia so far. In the first one, he was a threat. He was Goblin aligned, and he was a threat. And I said his name was Norman Osborn. In the, pretty sure I said his name was Norman Osborn. In the second one, he was town aligned, and I said his name. I included his middle name in that one. I said his name was Norman Virgil Osborn. In the third one, he was Goblin aligned and a threat, and he went back to just being Norman Osborn. And here he is again, using his middle name. I wonder if that's a trend. Like, I only include his middle name when he's not a threat, and I take his middle name out when he is a threat. I don't know. So far, that seems to be the trend. 4 games in. Anyway, well. What were you expecting? Someone else? No, of course not. That would be silly. Freddy is always Norman Osborn. But this is a very different Norman than the ones you've played in the past. You see, this Norman is not the Green Goblin. Not yet, anyway. It's possible that in this prequel origin story, you could undergo a transformation and become him, just like your comic book counterpart. But it's also possible you won't. And then what? What does the future hold for Norman Osborn that isn't? For a Norman Osborn that isn't all juiced up on Goblin formula? And if not you, then who will fill those shoes? After all, someone has to, because there always has to be a Green Goblin. Pretty sure that's a canon event. Well, I guess we'll have to roll the dice and see, won't we? You are Norman Osborn. That much you know to be true, but something else isn't quite right. You're not who you're supposed to be. You don't know how you know that just yet, but maybe if you think about it, you'll figure it out. After all, you're a scientific genius, an industrial genius, and a genius of manipulation. There's really no problem you can't solve, so let's get to work figuring out what exactly is wrong with you. Let's start by having you recount your personal history as you remember it, starting from after your wife Emily died and go from there. How did you recover from the grief? How was your relationship with your son affected? How about your relationship with your business partner, Dr. Mendel Strom? Spare no details. Anything could be significant. And then, of course, there's this lovely retelling of Norman's backstory in his own words. Hey, you guys want to see what took me so long to send some of your role PMs? Let me see if I have something here. Let me pull something over here. I don't know. I'll show you that later. That'll be future stream content. Next week. Next week, I will show you what took me so long to do some of your role PMs. Spoiler alert. I spent a lot of hours in Photoshop because this is not how these panels were arranged on the page. Case in point, hey, Norman from panel 7, I don't think I told a joke. I was just listening to you talk in silence. That's because in between those two panels, there should be a joke told by Spider-Man. Let you know. I'm a Photoshop king. Fun fact, Mafia fans, in the third game, Norman's name was the color of the game, which indicated he was the true threat. No, it wasn't. His name was purple in the third game. The color of the game was green. Wait a second. That's right. That's it right there. I know what's wrong with you. These memories you are describing. Those are the memories of the Norman Osborn from the mainstream 616 Marvel comic verse. But you're not him, and we're not in the Marvel comic verse. This is the Spider-Man Mafia verse we're in. And in this timeline, you didn't ignore your son's request for joining him at a parents' night at his school. Tired of all your toiling in your lab for once, you actually did right by your son and went with him. So this part here where you said, I can't go, son, I forget it, didn't happen apparently. The first 7 panels in memories are fine. These work out in this reality, but those last 2 are all wrong. That's what happened to the Norman in the comic books. The more than this Norman, it's not how it happened. And he remembers it differently. That's weird. You absolutely went to that parents' night, and what's more, when you returned, you found your lab had been broken into while you were gone, and someone had stolen all of the vials containing any trace of the Goblin formula. That's right. In this timeline, the Goblin formula is in somebody else's hands, a no-good thief, and I perish the thought of what they might do with it. If you ever hope to fulfill your Goblin legacy and become the Green Goblin like your comic verse counterpart, you'll first need to work hard to track that thief down and get your Goblin formula back before they figure out the correct way to use it themselves. Oh boy. Or don't. Maybe you feel like the formula will only bring your family pain and suffering. Maybe your best move is to sit back and let this alternate history take its course. Maybe it's time to just be Norman Osborn. That's for you to decide. Now, all of that does leave one important question. Who or what is responsible for giving you the memories of your 616 comic verse counterpart? There's only one comic book character I can think of who has that kind of power, but I'm the mod, and take it from me, he's not in this game. Well, anyway, I don't want you to worry too much about it. I'll take care of this personally, and see you at the club later. Oh, look at that. JJJ stealing my lines. Yeah, anyway, you have, well, I was going to say bigger, but maybe not bigger per se, but certainly more important things to worry about than a few multiversal swapped memories. You've got a son to raise on your own, a multi-million-dollar business to run, ads to print in the newspaper apparently, and perhaps, if you want to, a Goblin formula to track down and carefully make it explode in your own face. That's a lot on your plate. You'll let me worry about this little multiversal problem. I'll do some digging, and before this game is done, I'll be back with an answer as to what exactly happened to your memories there. Until then, you do you. Be seeing you, Norman. Be seeing you. Be seeing you. That's a reference to a really old show that's, nobody in this thing is old enough to remember. Be seeing you, Your Highness. Your Highness! No, geez, Norman. I mean, I'm in the mod, but that's a bit personal and formal even for me. Norman Osborn is town-aligned. The town-aligned win condition, as we all know, at the beginning of the day, no threats to the town exist in the active player pool. He also has a loss condition, and that loss condition is he must ensure no one else wins as the Green Goblin, which means even if the town wins, if the Green Goblin wins along with them, and the Green Goblin is not Norman Osborn, then he still loses, because this will trump his win condition. You lose at the end of the game if the Green Goblin is counted among the game's winners and you are not him. Your motivation is power. You love having power and holding it over others who don't. To do this, you must simultaneously become the majority shareholder of all 4 traded corporations in the game. And if you achieve your motivation, you'll have acquired enough resources and political sway to definitively determine who presently has the Goblin Formula item. I'm sure that'll be good. His arrest threshold is majority, apparently. Abilities. He has a lot of them. You ready for this? He can bribe a district attorney. Costs him $100,000. But he can bribe a district attorney. Day or night. Choose, not target. Choose a player in the arrested player pool. Their current bail amount is doubled. This effect lasts until their bail is paid, and it can stack with itself if you want to repeatedly use this ability. That's right. Norman can spend money to make someone else have to spend more money to get out of jail. He can, he can lock down bad guys from returning by paying their bail. All he has to do is spend a bit of money himself to make sure that they can't afford their bail anymore. In fact, he could do that right now to double Lane's current bail amount to, what would it be, up to $95,000? It would cost him $100,000, but it would then cost Lane $94,000 instead of $47,000. That's that's massive. The primary way that the town has to remove threats from the game is by arresting them. But what good does that do if they could just pay their bail and get right back out again? Well, fortunately, Norman can bribe a judge or a district attorney or whatever. See, it's good to have Norman in your corner. It's good. When he's a good guy, he can be a real good. I mean, he's bribing a district attorney. That's arguably not very good, but it's for a good cause. I'm sure it's to keep the bad guys where they belong. Anyway, corporate account passive. You have access to a second bank account under the name Oscorp Ltd. Details in your financial resources tab. Oh, well, let's go and look at that. Oh. No financial resources tab for you. Oh well. Let's go back up. Dr. Mendelstrom, passive. You recently had your former business partner Mendelstrom arrested for the theft of company money. This may come back to bite you later in the game. Some people have suggested that Mendelstrom is Lane. Well, Lane is in jail. Would seem to add up. Expedited release. Passive. If you are ever arrested, you can pay your bail immediately instead of having to wait for the following day. Now that's useful. Somebody else has an ability like bribe a district attorney for one. You know, he can get out right away. Experiment with the Goblin formulas. Activated at night. Turn a raw Goblin formula item into a viable dose for absorption into the bloodstream. Randomly produces one of the following potion items. Roll 1d6. Proto-Goblin Potion. Red Goblin Potion. Green Goblin Potion. Black Goblin Potion. Gray Goblin Potion. Or Gold Goblin Potion. Each potion can turn a player into a different type of goblin. They receive a new roll that completely overrides their previous one. Some potions are stable, and once produced can be consumed or held onto for later use, while others are extremely volatile and will immediately explode in your face as soon as they are produced, resulting in instant transformation. Experiment with caution. It requires both the Goblin formula and lab equipment items to use, the former of which is consumed in the process. Harry Osborne, passive. You have a son. His name is Harold Theopolis Osborne, or just Harry. Harry is a non-player character in this game. What? There are non-player characters in the game? I don't remember reading anything about that in the special game mechanics. For the moment, his presence in the game does nothing, and he cannot be targeted by any abilities. That may change someday depending on what transpires, but for now, this passive is as useless as your son. That's rude. Whoever wrote that is a rude fella. It's me. I'm the NPC. Could be. This section is just yes. Yeah. Financial resources. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Hire a lobbyist. Activated during the day. Spend 10,000 monies, and you gain a secret vote that you can place by PM to the mod for the rest of the day. Or you could hire an army of lobbyists. For 50,000, you get 3 secret votes that you can place by PM to the mod. And guess what? If he wants to spend more money, he can do both, as we'll see in a second. Hostile takeover. Activated day variable cost. Force a target player to sell you all of their corporate shares belonging to one corporation of your choice, public or private. You must pay the player double the average market selling rate of the shares. If using this ability would result in you becoming the majority shareholder of a corporation, you immediately get to learn where all remaining shares of that corporation are. Ooh. So if he, buys all of JJJ's shares, then becomes the majority shareholder of the Daily Bugle as a result, he'll know who has the remaining Daily Bugle shares immediately. I now own the store you bought that from, and ... The ... means, and I can look up the old receipts. They belong to me now. Target a player, learn the names of what non-costume items they possess, if any. I'm Norman Osborn. It's like, that's when he says his name, it's almost threatening, Passive. You may attempt to buy privately traded corporate shares as if they were public, or vice versa. That's useful. He can post in the game thread at night. Insomniac. He has that aforementioned lab equipment item, which does nothing on its own, but is necessary for doing certain lab research, such as, but not limited to, your experiment with Goblin Formula's ability. That not limited to there, that would imply that this item is useful for other things. Interesting. Your lab equipment item can be freely sold during the day for no action to another player for any agreed upon price, or to the mod for 15 grand. You can also buy a new set for 25 grand, but doing so counts as an activated ability. However, see Oscorp Labs below. Okay, let's look at what Oscorp Labs says. Passive. You start the game with lab equipment item, and if you ever lose it, you can always pick up another set from here for free. No money or ability activation required. Oh, so that bit about being able to buy another one, I guess that's not really for Norman. Norman doesn't need to buy another one. Not that he couldn't afford it if he... not that he couldn't afford it if he did want to buy another one, but, he doesn't need to. He has access to the laboratories. Money fixes everything. I love this power. It's passive. It costs 50,000 monies. And by spending 50,000 monies, he gains a new ability activation to immediately use during the current day or night. And he can use this passive ability as many times as he can afford to do so. Yeah, because it's not an activated ability. This is just, obviously he can use a passive as many times as you want, but I included that text there just to be extra clear. It's a passive, not an activated. So yeah, he can use it as many times as he wants. He can just spend money to get another ability to use on something else. Now, he can't use the same ability more than once. That is very clear. You can never repeat the same activated ability more than once in a day-night cycle. But he has a lot of activated abilities, man. He doesn't need to use the same one more than once. Like, he can spend 50,000 to get a second ability, plus 60,000 to do both hire a lobbyist and hire an army of lobbyists. Now, that would cost him 110,000, but he gets 4 secret votes. For 110,000 to get 4 secret votes, you could push someone up to their threshold with that, right? That's power. It's expensive power, but it's power. Let's see. Notable public figure, passive. Ah, yes. This is the one that lets us do what we're doing right now. At the start of the game, your entire role PM, except for your financial resources section, is revealed to every single other player in the game. Furthermore, any player can request to look at your current role PM again, minus financial resources, at any time, freely, no ability activation required. And I've also gone ahead and mod confirmed that everyone has seen his role. So you don't have to wonder if it's a fake. You've seen his role. You all saw his role, and you can freely ask me to show it to you again, anytime you like. As long as he has that passive, anyway. If he loses that passive, well, then that'll change, of course. Offshore accounts. Activate at night, spend 15 grand to steal an item from someone. And you pay them the 15 grand that it costed you. Oscorp private jet. 5 grand. Passive. Move yourself from the active player pool to the exiled player pool, or vice versa, once per day, night cycle. No ability activation required, but it costs 5 grand each time you do it. We already know what Oscorp Labs does. Plot armor. You are an important character to this story. As long as that remains true, you are protected. Oh, how nice. Powerful influence. You're immune to the role block, silence, and vote block conditions. Fun fact. In previous games, he had an ability called Powerful Influence, and it always used to say, you can post in the game thread even when you are explicitly barred from posting. So that meant he could post at night, but it also meant he could post if he was silenced. It could also meant he could post if the mod told him he wasn't allowed to post. Like it told him he was allowed to post anytime he wanted, regardless of what happened. I've changed that to making him immune to role block, silence, and vote block conditions, which I like a little bit better for this time around. But there's still a little bit of a hint of the old ability in there, because he's immune to the silence condition, that effectively means the same thing as you can post in the game thread, even when you're told you're not allowed to. Freddy do be kind of OP. Kinda? A lot OP. Private security team costs 2,000 per day. Your plot armor ability only does so much. And sometimes 1 layer of protection just isn't enough. Really? Always being protected is not enough? As long as you keep paying their fee, a squad of private bodyguards provides you with an additional layer of the protected condition. If you ever stop paying, you lose the protection until you start paying again. Well, how about that? All he has to do is spend 2 grand a day, and he's got 2 layers of protection? Passively, all the time? Power. Strength in numbers. This ability grants you a standard vote that you can use as normal for a Mafia game. Look at that. He's got a standard vote, too. Doesn't cost him any money to use. And then he can hire lobbyists to get more. Survivor. Passive. 1 use. Ooh. The first time you would die in the game, you go into exile instead. How about that? First time you would die in the game, you go into exile instead. That's cool. So even if you get through his private security team and his plot armor, you won't kill him. You'll just send him to exile. Once, anyway. Neat. Panic Room. Activated both. Activating this ability provides you with an additional layer of the protected condition, and you can no longer be targeted until the end of the day or night. So let's review. Plot armor, 1 layer of protection. Private security team, 2 layers of protection. Panic room, 3 layers of protection and can't be targeted. So that means targeting kills don't work. You would now need 4 non-targeting kills just to get through that. 4 kill the player of your choice just to get through that. And then even if you do, he just goes into exile the first time. You gotta manage to do that twice to make him stay dead. Hey, that's exhausting just to explain. So I got to imagine that it's exhausting for the Mafia teams to think about how they're going to get rid of this guy. Oof. 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 Anyway, yeah, he's basically indestructible. He also has something called unlimited resources. You can target players who are not in the active player pool as if they were, except for the unknown player pool. Makes sense. That one doesn't really exist after all. And finally, his last ability, Untouchable, activated. Both remove all negative conditions from yourself. For the rest of the day and night, the players who target you become roll blocked. Just like, you're already immune to roll block, silence, and vote blocked. But if someone puts another negative condition on you, like grief stricken, for example, you can just brush that grief off your shoulder if you're Freddy, and while you're at it, give grief to anyone else who targets you in the form of a roll blocking. There you go. That is the power of Norman Osborn. All of it. How much protection can one guy have? All of it. Yeah. And that's assuming. This is all of the. This is all. Dee, this is all. Did you consider this is all the protection he personally has available? There are other players who probably have protection granting roles. They can grant protection to other players, and he can offer them money to protect him if he wants to. If he thinks 3 layers is not enough, it's just like throw $1 million at a player and say, "Hey, give me a layer of protection. I need a 4th one." Yep. He's something. Whatever the bad guys have got up their sleeves. Let's hope it's better than, it feels excessive. Yeah, it does. Let's just say Freddy is, if the Mafia need to let one town player stay alive in order for them to win, well, there's one that would be very hard for them to kill in the first place. So, but anyway, that's Freddy. That's Norman Osborn. He is really OP, and I'm really proud of his role. I even told you guys that I was really excited about sending his role before I sent it, and you can see why now. It's something. Hey, look, Mint Elf is right here. She responded on Friday to being sent Freddy's role PM. So that makes her of the players that I'm not sure know the game has started. She has checked in fairly recently. That's as of Friday. So I'm sure she'll show up. She has repeatedly said she doesn't want to miss the game. Do you have a favorite role in this game? Do I have a favorite role in this game? Yes. I know I'm not supposed to play favorites, but yes, I do. Do you want to know what my favorite role is? Should I tell you guys what my favorite role is in the game? It's Freddy's. I am pretty proud of Freddy's. Yeah, I think it might be Freddy's, actually. I like yours too. I like all of the roles in the game. I don't think there is a single role in the game that I don't like. Even Doc's. Is Doc listening? Doc here? I have a poor dog. Even though I like yours too, Amber. I like Vro's. I like Rubik's. I like KOD's. I love Rags. Zool. Args. I like Arg's role. Let's see. I like I like. Let's see. Let me go here. Oh look, SMS posted. I can't wait to see what he posted, you guys. But that's gonna be for a future stream. I'm gonna look at it when the stream's done. I like. Let's see. Let me go through the list here. Yeah. Let me see if I remember everyone's roles. Yes, I like affinities. It's really cool. I also like affinities too, and I like affinities also. Captain Lunch. I got a big laugh out of writing, out of putting together Captain Lunch's role. It was quite entertaining for me. Dark Star. Oh yeah, Dark Star. Yeah, Dark Star. That is a role, man. You guys, that is a role. Doc, I couldn't have the game without Doc's role. That would have been impossible. Dragon Teacup, he's got an okay role, I guess. Hopefully, it's the first time he's ever played one of these Mafia games, so I couldn't give him something too complex. Something simple, something basic. Vanilla Town, or as close as this game has to one, maybe. Um, but no, I'm lying to you guys. Maybe, I don't know. X-Lite, I like X-Lite's role. The thing I like the most about X-Lite's role is that when I sent it to X-Lite responded by saying, "I'm really digging my role," and that's positive feedback from a designer standpoint. When someone looks at their role and they say they're really digging it, and that's their first response, it's great. Amber gets like 3 times as much as anyone else. Of course she does. She's Amber. What do you expect? I'm a simp. Just yeah, no, like if in case you haven't noticed, the variable time of day even counted Amber as 3 separate players for the sake of determining how long the day was. I mean, that's cool, Where was I? Yes, Freddy's role. We all know how I feel about that. Greatest role I ever created. Hangry Hippo. Yeah, I like that. I like what you got going for you. Killjoy. What did I give to Killjoy again? Killjoy. Oh yes, of course. How could I forget? Killjoy. Yeah, Killjoy has a neat role. It's neat. Thanks. Ooh. What are you thanking me for? I said like 5 things about you. Which one? King, KOD. Now there's a role I don't like. I hate KOD's role. He can go screw himself. Morbid Minish, great role, fantastic, top dollar, 10 of 10 stars. Neon, oh yeah, she's up there. She's a real one. Neon's got a real one. Like she Neon has one of the roles of all time. Neo Silk, but I can trash talk. I literally complimented everybody's role except yours so far. Neo Silk has a great role, so I'm really hoping Neo doesn't, go MIA on us because he hasn't shown up in a while. He's got a great role, and I was really happy to see that he landed that role because I thought he would be good in it. I thought like it was a good pairing. As I've already established, I love Rag's role. Absolutely fantastic. Rubik, I don't know if I would have the guts to run this game without Rubik and his role. Silverfish. What role did I give Silverfish? What role did I give Silverfish? I have to look it up. forget? Oh, yeah, of course. How could I forget that? Jesus. Yeah, duh. Silverfish has a great role. I'm jealous, actually, of her and her role. Is Silverfish a she? I think so, or he. I don't remember. Skystone. Skystone. I mean, Skystone's got a. He's got a fantastic role. Bang on, rock solid. Spiritual mass salesman. He, no, no word of a lie. I had so much fun writing the background section of Spiritual Mass Salesman's role. Maybe the most fun, actually, of any background section. Backstory, like the backstory section of the role. So that tells you something right there. Stability. Stability has a great role. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. I don't think Stability thinks they have a great role, because on the surface it doesn't look that great. But let me tell you something. In a game where everyone can transform into something else, do you really want to be one of the roles that starts off super awesome at the top where Freddy is? Because if you already start out that good, there's nowhere to go but down. If you start out on the ground floor, you got a lot of upward momentum for what you can change into, All them origin lines, they probably are pretty mediocre until they go through their origin stories. Anyway, I think Stability has a great role. I hope they do too. Storm. Oh yeah, Storm. Storm got Aurora Monroe. That's her name, right? Aurora Monroe? Is that her name? What's her name? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, Storm's character is Aurora Monroe. There's a scoop for you guys. Aurora Monroe. Tevish? Where are you, Tevish? Why are you MIA? Show up, man. Get with the program. I gave Tevish a great role. It was the best role. I sound like I'm Donald Trump right now. It was Tevish has a fantastic role, and I can't wait to see what they do with it. Theatog. Theatog. I rolled Theatog's role randomly, and I don't think I could have picked a better choice for Theatog had I intentionally made the choice. So it was like the dice landed right where they needed to for Theatog. It was great. Turin. What can I say about Turin's role? He's a real big deal of a character in the comics, and I'm really proud of the stuff that I came up with for that role. It's right out of the floodgates. He has some abilities that are just going to be critical to the success of the people on his team. It's fantastic. Vro has what can I say about Vro's role? It's absolutely the design is just fantastic. It's like everything came together for Vro's role. Like it was just like Vro's role is the cherry on top of the design. Yeah, it's perfect. It made everything work. Lane, I'm really proud of Lane's role. I knew I wanted to have one player start in the arrested player pool, and I was like, how do I do this and have it be balanced and okay and acceptable that I'm putting a player in jail off the start? Yeah, that's where you don't want to be, right? But I put them there, and it's like, okay, how do I make a role that starts in jail but have that be a good thing or whatever, Yeah, and I'm pretty proud of the way it turned out. And then we got our exiled players. Last but not least, Arg. Arg got the Arg's role is supremely cool. Arg's role features like the perfect mesh of design and plot in one role. Like it's like the mechanics of his role perfectly complement the plot that his role the story that his role is trying to tell, and that's cool. Um, Mint Elf, has a role that I designed a long time ago, um, um, for a previous version of a Spider-Man Mafia, but it never ended up getting used, and so now I'm getting to. I'm really excited that it's finally hitting the ground running. It's in the game. It's made it. It made it. It didn't hit the cutting room floor this time. And last but certainly not least, we have the Caps fan. And I'm going to assume, even though it's probably not correct, that the Caps fan name is such that they are a fan of Captain America. The Caps fan. People call Captain America Cap. That's his nickname, right? The Caps fan is the Caps fan. So it's makes sense. It's probably not true, but that's what I'm going to assume because that's Marvel and it's funny. Anyway, the Caps fan has a great role. Look at that. We've been through the entire list, and the only one that I had bad things to say about was KOD's role. The Caps fan, really the Caps' role is a stellar performance. Fan of the Washington Capitals or something. It's a sports team. Well, whatever. Yeah, so there you go. That's all the roles, and I had nothing but good things to say about them, unless your name's KOD. There you go. Does that answer your question, Vro? I like all the roles. They're all great. I had something to say about every single one of them. And that's the player list. And maybe one of these replacements will get a role at some point. If Neosilk doesn't show up, you can have his role that I was so proud to give him. Or whoever. All right. Well, that does answer my question. It's fantastic. Good. I'm glad. If you have more questions, don't ask me. Ask someone smarter. I'm tired. It is almost 4 a.m. How long has this been going on? I have been streaming for... where does it say the time? For 4 hours and 57 minutes. Wow. A 5-hour stream. The last time I ran a 5-hour stream... That's just insane. That's a long time. And I'm on camera. I mean, I've run streams this long before where I wasn't on camera, where I was just playing Elden Ring and letting you guys watch me play. But this is I'm on camera for 5 hours, and I retained 7 viewers the whole time. And there's no graphics or special effects or or background music or anything. It's just me reading about shit that I designed for a game, and it retained you for that length of time. That's insane. Incredible. Yeah, it's a lot of hours. I don't. This is going to be a weekly thing, but it's not going to be 5 hours every time. I'm going to aim for 90 minutes, and I might go as long as 2 hours. But an hour and a half to 2 hours. That's reasonable for me to do. I was happy to go longer this time, both because I'm really excited about finally getting to run a Spider-Man Mafia prequel, and I really wanted to talk about it with you guys. And also because you guys were here and energized by it as well, and also because it's the first of these weekly streams. So for all of those reasons, I was happy to do a longer stream. But don't expect them to be 4 or 5 hours in general. But they will be weekly, so that's something. If you want to encourage me to keep doing this, you know what I'm gonna say. There's a Patreon now. I made it. I did the thing. I came to you guys and I said, "Hey, do you guys think I should make a Patreon?" And you pretty much all said, those of you that are in the PX2 server, pretty much all said yes. And I did. And I did the thing that I said I was thinking of doing, which is not something that normally happens. Normally I say, "Oh, it would be cool if I do this cool thing." And then I never follow through with it because I'm a coward. But I did this time, and look at that. Um, um, you know, you guys seem to like it. So I'm going to keep doing it. And I appreciate it. Yeah. All that stuff. You're on camera? I thought that was just some random guy you grabbed video of. There was video? Yeah, AI generated camera. This is not real. This is AI generated. I have a tracker that's tracking me. You know, I have like a sophisticated AI thing that's tracking me, so I am technically on camera, but then it's generating an image of a person that is following my movements. So the movements are really me, but this isn't really me. This is a generated image, AI generated image. If you guys want to actually see me, I can turn off the AI generated image for a second here. Hang on, let me just turn off the AI generated image, and you can actually see what I look like. Give me a second here. Okay, there. The AI generated image should be off now. So now you don't see the fake AI generated person. You see this is what I actually look like. This is my actual face. So, I hope you enjoyed the stream, you guys. You guys were great. You guys were engaged, which is what that's every streamer's dream, honestly, is to have someone be engaged with what the content that they're putting out. The only reason I did it, I went 5 hours, is because you guys kept asking me questions and talking to me and prompting me to think about interesting things and say interesting things in response. So that's great. I appreciate that. And yeah. You don't have a mouth? No, I don't have a mouth. You gonna make fun of my physical deformities, D? What the hell, man? Anyway, you guys have been great. I hope you enjoy the Spider-Man Mafia game. It's officially live. Been waiting to run this one for years. It's literally the biggest game I've ever designed. At one point, Vro asked me, "Hey, this is a prequel game. It doesn't have a number like the other ones did, and it's set before. Does that mean it's going to be a less complex game? Because if they get more complex with each time, then for this to be set before the first one, it has to be less complex, right?" I could see why he would worry about that. But I'm sure he could tell you more. But no, it's easily the most complex game I've ever designed. The fact that it's a prequel, the fact that it shirks the number, it's not a full game, it's a spin-off game. It doesn't say number 4 next to it, it just says P next to it. But that means nothing. This is the biggest game I've ever designed, hands down. You guys, there are 62 roles in this game. I made 62 roles for a game. So it's the biggest game I've ever made, and I hope you all enjoy it. Yeah, that's about it. And I will talk to you all probably tomorrow, but I will see you all, or you will see me next week when I do another stream like this. And until then, I don't have a sign-off message. So have a good one. Thwip. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Button. How do I stop the stream? Ah, yes, I pressed this button. And we are going to go here and send y'all to my good friends at Screenhole TV, who are doing reading fun. So that's what we're doing. It's a raid, you guys. A raid into Screenhole TV. 4 viewers are ready to raid. We're raiding in 3, 2, 1. Ba-ba-ba-ba!